Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Hello, Matt Josh.
Oh my God.
Who are you people?
This is so weird. This is
Really?
crazy. A little bit, yeah. I mean, when you've had a headset on as opposed to like your own headphones and a microphone in front of you, and
It's
you've
pretty
been
normal.
You've been maybe for you, but not
No
for me.
changes here.
I don't
this
feel-
is, I'm
I don't-
longer.
I
Not really. I'd be leaving right about now.
This is just a little weird right now for the first 10 minutes, and then by the time we get to like the regular intro, it'll be like riding a bike again. It'll be totally okay. How are you?
Good.
Doing great. I've seen a lot of Schaefer this week. I've seen a little bit of you. I haven't seen way more of Mike to the left of me than I've seen Connor to the right of me, but you seem like you're in high spirits. You're looking good. You look tan. You look very
Really?
seriously.
Look at that.
You look tanner than me. I've
He
discovered
hasn't gone inside in a week.
I've discovered that like unless I burn myself, unless I get like tomato red,
Yeah, you
that
are pretty white.
I don't tan. Like
He was so mad when I told him he was the whitest member of 1620 The Zone.
Yeah,
based
but
on-
that
I know. We tried to make that argument to him before, and he was unaccepting of it
Yeah.
because of his background.
I'm more tan. Josh is more tan. Happer's more tan.
I do
Yeah,
want to
you believe that?
clarify.
You and Bishop, and
I-
that is a
I
white fight.
want to clarify that when you first said those things, you didn't emphasize complexion. You
I
were
thought
just
that was obvious.
no, you were just saying you're the whitest member.
No,
and
I actually
was-
think
you
there's an
said
argument
it,
for that too.
And I quote, "I'm Latin. How are you more tan than I am?" And I
Yeah.
said, "You're the whitest person at 1620."
I'm
The
not.
Zone."
I'm darker than Bishop, but dark is a very.
Yeah, it's a
I
real
mean,
white-
I'm darker.
It's a
than
very
Bishop.
white
But
fight
that is-
between you.
but that is, look, I mean, look, you just use your eyes. You guys clearly like get more golden brown than I do. I look like an underbaked
Makes
cookie,
me
and you
wonder if
guys
you
look
just-
like a chicken wing.
But I just
Maybe you wear quarter zips too.
yeah. Are you trying?
No, I wore polos with my arms
But you
and legs
weren't. You weren't really in
exposed.
the sun.
Well, yeah,
I was getting in the sun like purposefully at the like beer garden, walking around at the.
He was
Village,
liberally
and
applying sunscreen.
It was
Okay. Yeah.
gross.
So you're not trying.
I was, but like all I said was, I don't want to burn. I hate burning.
You
I
couldn't
hate.
really tell where the sunscreen started in Matt's skin.
That's
was.
not true.
I
That's
know.
ridiculous.
One of
They're
those
That's
guys.
roughly the
insane.
same.
That is false.
Yeah,
that is
man.
now you're
Look at-
you're
blinding me
exaggerating.
right now.
I'm not a ghost right now. Okay, I'm slightly tan.
You don't look any different than you do in December.
That's not true. That's not true. Stop it.
I
Stop
see you
it.
in December. I look like
the same.
I look like a completely different person in December. You look the same.
See, you see how like you can't tell, but I can. The right part of my wrist is a little bit more darker than the rest of my arm, and the
That's
reason.
just the light in the room.
No, I'll tell you why it actually is because I burnt this part of my wrist. Like I got sunburn.
Holding it up to the sun to see
I
if
was
you could actually
playing. I was playing golf and I never applied sunscreen, and that's why I legitimately burned it.
You-
And it was weird because I was playing in a quarter zip, and I rolled up the quarter zip like halfway, so I only got a burn on like this part of my wrist. It looked like a play sheet. I had like a play sheet sunburn. It
Are
was
you
kind of
scared of the
embarrassing.
sun?
Yeah, oh, big time. I don't mess with the sun. I don't. You want to say it's disgusting, like how I apply sunscreen and how liberal I am?
No,
with it? No.
we're
Schaefer
just
said,
gathering this.
Schaefer said that. Yeah, I damn right. I don't burn. I don't
Well,
like burning.
Okay, but what we're accusing you of is being white, and you are purposefully doing this. It seems.
But you can still tan with sunscreen on. You can still apply
Yeah.
sunscreen and tan.
I use sunscreen.
Not
at
the way you
times
do
when
it.
I golf. I still look like this, and you still look like, that.
I just don't understand how I don't tan more than I do. It makes no sense.
the
to me.
Have you
Sunscreen.
considered that if you?
But if
didn't
I
have-
burn, but you can
It's
tan
not
with
just the
sunscreen.
His pigmentation is just naturally.
yeah, you're
lighter
just a
than
white guy. Yeah.
Now, have you considered if you didn't have the super black, like you have very dark hair compared to Happer and I, or like if you
I
didn't
have
have that, you'd be even whiter.
I know.
Yeah,
I
That's
don't.
your only advantage over Bishop, right?
I have very dark hair, and I have it everywhere. It's a little.
Okay.
It's so annoying. I am way too hairy. Like
All right.
the only
There's our Matt overshare of the day. We need
Okay.
to get that sponsored.
Ooh,
My
good
mom,
one.
my mom did yell at me the other day because she told me I was an oversharer. She was like, "You
Well.
tell people too much," and I'm like, "I like telling people."
Okay,
things."
so we were having this discussion earlier, and I informed Schaefer of a new phenomenon that
I didn't know about this.
I did not know was possible.
Shoot.
So I witnessed you getting out-talked this week.
Whoa.
There was a conversation, and Matt was not doing all or really any of the talking. He was mostly nodding along and agreeing. And I thought, this is very weird. Because, of course, last year we had the Rich Hill dilemma.
It was not a dilemma.
He basically
He had to leave the organization.
You made him leave the storm chaser?
he retired. All right. And then this year, it's West Virginia's athletic director who loves talking. And Matt is just sitting in there, and I joining in this conversation. I'm like, what's going on in here? And I'm like, I bet I know what's happening. West Virginia's AD is in there, and Matt is just ripping his ear off with his words. Wrong. Au contraire. It's instead Ren Baker who is just talking nonstop
to me.
to you.
And then you saw it when he walked after your interview with him. He came out and he looked at me and was like, "What's up, buddy?" Like he was very happy to see me.
Okay. So that was very unique. I'd never seen anything like that before.
He wanted to talk a lot. And
I think he just wants to talk a lot.
Yeah, and he's a Big 12 athletic director, and there are incredible things happening in the Big 12 and in just
Big idea, commissioner, man.
in the NCAA. And I was just, I could not believe just how much he, and I was just, I was.
You weren't
listening
even
to him.
asking him any questions.
Not really.
He was just talking.
I asked him two questions. I made a comment about Brett Yormark because I actually do like Brett Yormark as a commissioner, and he
Big
was
idea, commissioner,
and
man.
he was very, complimentary of him and like talking about him and the things that they're going through. And then he was the athletic director at Northwest Missouri State. And so I had to ask him a Ben McCollum.
Yeah,
question.
that was when I joined in on this, and it was just there was so much Ben
and
McCollum.
no joke, he told a 15-minute story about in the entire like Ben McCollum.
Yeah, this
process.
is the part where I joined.
And well, I'm just setting
You were
the scene
looking to
here.
do damage control on what you didn't realize.
I'm going to be real. It was one of the more entertaining 15-minute combos I've been a part of. Like he just kept talking, and I was sucked in. By
So
it.
is there a lesson in there?
That I'm most effective when I don't talk? Yeah, probably.
Is this a?
Interesting.
I wasn't going to say that
Do not
harsh,
apply
but
that lesson to your show today.
Yeah.
Well, I
Not
mean, look,
fair to Josh.
there is a little bit of a duality here, right? Because when I talk to Mike, when Mike and I have a convo, I talk a lot. Okay, like I speak a lot because we're both talkers. When I talk to you, I don't like hammer you over the head with words all the time. I feel like I'm pretty cognizant of like the most effective way to talk to Happer is to be a little bit more economical with your vernacular. Okay, that's what I've come to learn. Odson just has.
But you're still. I mean, like if a conversation was made up, let's just you did it by percentage.
Yeah.
And a conversation you add up to 100% of who's getting the words in a you and me conversation.
I get 70%
at least, maybe 85.
easily. No, I go 70. It's
Because percentage of people in your life are under 70.
Great question.
Red Baker.
Mike,
That's it.
Mike McMaster mogs me. You like he
Word mugs.
He word mogs me. Mike gets in.
Mogger?
He gets in. Mike gets in all the words. Like when I talk to my pops, I let him go, and he loves it. So that's where I get it from. I would say Ren Baker and my father are the only people who probably have the highest share, a higher share of
So it's
words
like-
per combo.
Matt 92%. Rich Hill 8%.
No, I wasn't talking his ear off that much.
I don't know, man.
It wasn't that bad.
It was pretty sizable. It's a good. You
You weren't there.
I was there.
Were you?
I was there.
He
It's a
offered
pretty
to,
good gap.
He offered to buy me a shirt. He offered
I know.
he offered to buy me a t-shirt, and I told him no. I was a little disappointed that, how the schedule worked out. I just couldn't spend more time with Ren. I wanted to get
Why didn't you
more,
try to bring him on the show?
more scoops.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't have a
Did you get his number?
no.
Why not?
Because we had that one very I talked to him for an hour and a half. It was me and Peterson. Talked to him for an hour and a half.
I know.
Whoa.
And then
It was a long time.
and it was great. And then I never really got him other than our botched handshake that you
Yeah.
saw.
I had to leave. I was like, I've had enough of
It
this.
was the worst.
I understand that this is interesting and potentially useful information, but I can't do it anymore. I had to leave the room.
What do
I
you,
think the
wait,
only
after
thing-
Ren talking?
When you guys were all sitting there in that studio or in that box.
why did you feel like you couldn't leave it? You couldn't be there anymore.
Well, just I had just heard enough. I was
So many words.
Were you overstimulated by
no,
by the
like I was like, I
conversation?
didn't know when the right moment was going to be for me. There are natural exit points of a conversation, right? I pretty much knew that there wasn't going to be one for a couple hundred miles.
Yeah.
And so I just
He
pulled
straight
the
up
cord
he
and got
straight
out.
up Irish
Created his own
goodbye.
off-ramp.
Yeah.
You know, it's a next rest area, 87 miles.
Yeah.
When I screwed this up coming back from Oklahoma City, and then I had to go into Blake Trinan's hometown of Osage.
See, you don't want that.
You don't want to go to Osage.
No, never.
He legitimately Irish goodbye to that conversation. Like 1 minute you were
Talking
there,
about
and
me?
yeah,
Yeah.
and 1 minute
Oh.
you were gone.
100%.
I was having the time of my life.
You were.
It was
You were loving
incredible. It was this guy. I mean, he was just a fun guy to be around, and he was just.
I agree with
He
that.
was just so he was so interesting, and he has a lot of information, but he puts it in such a like.
Did you
a,
ask about
nice
the
way.
pepperoni rolls?
no,
And where were they?
I didn't see a single pepperoni roll.
What do you talk? Where do pepperoni rolls come from? I haven't heard about this.
West Virginia, they do the pepperoni rolls.
Oh,
This is their deal.
I never asked him about that. No, I was just kind of sitting there learning about a bunch of different college basketball.
Look, I don't love Ben
Negotiations.
McCollum near as much as that side of the room seems to, but
I love Ben McCollum.
I would have been interested in pepperoni rolls a little bit more.
Wait a
than
minute.
4-hour
What's
Ben
wrong with you
McCollum.
and Ben McCollum?
because he
Nothing
catches
wrong
for
with you
Iowa.
and Ben McCollum.
You got beef?
what?
He's got
Yes.
pepperoni.
Is it just the
I
Iowa
wouldn't
thing?
need it. I don't care about his time at Northwest Missouri State. Like,
Okay.
I don't care about
I really
that.
don't either. Wait, do you think he's good?
Yeah.
Okay,
We've
okay.
had that conversation.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think like you that he's so good that he can prop up a team without whose name I'm even now forgetting.
Bennett Sturtz.
Bennett Sturtz. Like, I don't think they had the portal period that they needed to pull
No.
that thing together. You seem pretty well convinced that he can win with 5 guys off the street.
I am convinced.
I am too.
Because I think that team that they had last year outside of that guy sucked.
Here's the
And they went
reason,
to the Elite Eight.
here's the reason why I think he could win with 5 guys off the street. He basically did. I mean, he already kind
He
of
had
did.
a first round pick on
Eh.
his roster that usage percentage
He could get
is
another.
going to be incredible to replace.
He could get
And
another
when they
one.
won in the tournament, the guys off the street were shooting at like a 60% clip from 3.
He pulled
Like
Bennett.
there's coaching, and then you have guys who make a bunch of shots.
I would once again, Mike, I would just proffer up the argument that Bennett Sturtz came from D2. And so it's like one of those things where if he can find that guy
Yeah.
playing Division II basketball, he could find other guys throughout the country that he could. He was nearly the guy who got Keaton Wagler
This is
from Illinois.
not me saying that he's bad. It's me saying that he's going to have to replace a ton, and I don't know how easy that's going to
Oh,
be.
I don't think it'll be easy at all. But if anybody can do it, it's in.
I'm
And
not worried.
I was very, and part of the reason why
Go
I
Hawks.
get why you were saying like you don't care about his time at Northwest Missouri State. I totally understand that. I just found it very interesting that we had the guy who was on the ground floor of like, his career, just basically there. And he literally admitted he it was funny. He told us it was like he lost his first 2 seasons, and he told McCollum, he's like, if you lose again, I don't know what I'm gonna have to do here.
You're canceled.
And then he ended up winning, and then it all ended up working out, which is funny. But yes, I had when I need to listen, I can lock in. When I find that it's a time to listen, I will listen.
I was just amazed. I was like, whoa. He's getting word mogged. This is nuts. And I had enough evidence. That's why I left the room. I was like, all right, the mogging is complete.
How embarrassing would it be though for me if I was trying to outword the West Virginia Athletic?
I don't know. You did it to Rich Hill.
What were you saying to Rich Hill?
I don't even at this point I forget.
Like, hey,
so
these are my
much
favorite
stuff.
spots in Chicago.
There's so many topics.
There was a lot of topics.
There's so many topics.
Were you like talking to him about Skokie?
At one time I told him
You tell
he'd
him about
be
the goals that you made at Notre Dame Prep?
I did talk about my high school hockey career at one point.
Why are you talking to a professional athlete about your high school hockey?
Dude, it
career?
was a wide-ranging conversation.
You know, I'm a bit of an athlete myself.
That's kind of what I dropped down on him. We were talking about the differences between travel baseball and travel hockey because his kids are in travel baseball, and so we were talking about like the gear and the bats and the gloves and all this and all that. And then I did offer up the I played high school hockey type deal. Could have went D3 if I wanted to. That type of stuff.
I wonder how many runs he ever gave up in a singular appearance, and if he enjoyed that more than that hour-long.
See, everybody made
he got smoked.
Everybody made that joke that like Rich Hill must have been dying in the radio booth talking to Matt, and he could have left it. He could have pulled a Happer. He could have left at any point, and he decided not to. And then he decided to walk out with me. We walked out of the stadium together, and he gave me his number. I have his number in my phone.
So you got his number.
Yeah, but not Ren Baker's stuff.
Didn't get the chance. He didn't have enough words to mog him.
I wasn't trying to mog anybody. I'm never attempting to
No,
mog.
you are trying to mog people. You're trying to mog people. You mog people. You try to mog.
I try and mog.
You big time that social media guy.
Yeah.
Because he sucked at his job.
Whoa!
You're big time people all the time, Mr. Big Time.
When did I big time people?
Oh,
when
You
have-
were like, I alphaed him.
okay, I did Alpha the King of
Hot
Juco.
shot.
I did Alpha the King of Juco.
Oh,
I
yeah.
made-
That was the first thing that Matt tells me, Mr. I don't mog people. I see him on the whatever first date is like, I just absolutely alphaed King of Juco.
I did. I made him move for me.
What do these words even mean?
I'm just a bigger man.
Schaefer's never been on YouTube before.
No, you haven't. This is how I spend my days, just creating this vocabulary. I'm maxing, mogging, and alphing all these betas.
No, he doesn't.
24/7.
King of Juco. Okay, so this guy.
Oh, yeah. He's a weirdo baseball YouTuber who's associated with Trevor Bauer and has ridden his coattails.
Oh, you did try to tell me about
being
this.
some sort of doofus on
and
YouTube.
I didn't understand
Whoa,
it. at
you don't
that
like
time.
him? I'm surprised.
No, I've never liked that guy. I think that guy.
You love Trevor
I
Bauer.
think he's a no. No. Don't put that in my mouth.
I'm kind of surprised you don't like King of Juco. He's kind of funny.
I thought that he was funny when I first saw him, and then I just think it was just I just kept getting annoyed by him.
Okay.
Trevor Bauer gave
Just
me a
find him more
t-shirt
annoying.
once.
Really?
All right. What
So
did you
did
do
it
in my
say-
job? What did it say?
Yeah. If I did it,
He's like, nope. He
Long
got
Island
to-
Ducks.
He got to like
what Mexican
Cleveland,
team did he play for?
and I don't know, he wanted his own logo on his stuff. Like he was just offering shirts, selling it off of like his website or whatever. And so he had like a logo made up for it. And he was offering on Twitter, anybody who wants a shirt for free, just reach out to this email. So I reached out to the email. They sent me a shirt.
Wow.
Man of his word, Trevor Bauer.
It's
never
not.
lies.
I don't have anything against the guy. I just personally
I'll
don't
be
like
honest,
his content.
Trevor Bauer is a lot of things. I don't think that he's a liar. Genuinely.
I have no comment on the matter. I
Seems like you have lots of things.
No,
you want to say.
I have comments on his colleague, King of Juco. I just don't like his content.
Who you alphaed.
Yeah, who I did alpha.
So how do you
forget.
alpha someone?
This is a great question
Yeah.
because I wouldn't even describe what you did as alpha.
Tell him what you did and
Yeah.
let Mike rule.
So him and his
We're back
YouTube,
to court.
him and his
Go get your
YouTube,
suit.
him and his YouTube cronies were taking up
Cronies.
they were taking up the entire lane in the Omaha Baseball Village, and they weren't walking; they were just blocking. Right? They weren't doing anything, and they were like,
What lane?
they like.
Put a pin in that because that's everybody at the Omaha Baseball Village. My God, walk with purpose,
Thank
people.
you, Josh Hodson.
That's a good opinion.
Don't
So,
don't just. Oh my gosh, look at all the tents.
When-
Oh,
Whoa.
let's keep it moving.
Shelby, I think was getting annoyed
Keep
at
it
me when
moving.
we went down there yesterday because like you just perfect the ability to walk around people because
million
you do it
percent.
all the time. And she's like, "What are you doing? You're zigging and zagging and you're weaving." And it's like, yeah, these idiots are slow and they're slowing down to look at like where all the teams came from. I've walked by that 9 times already. I don't need to see it again.
Sure.
Like these sorts of
Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
So
please.
I went down the steps that you go from like our little kind of
Sure.
inside area down to like where the ground
So
level,
like the main
the main area. And
and
I
they were just from tent to tent blocking off.
And
people.
so I walked around to see where a couple of tents were in terms of like where the baseball-ism tent was, and is the Rawlings tent still there? And it's like, where's the Greek to me food truck? Like, I just wanted to get a quick lay of the land. And when I was walking back down the main path right in front of the beer garden, him and his, guys they were just completely blocking the area to walk through like a bunch of jackasses. And they, were walking around talking like they were, kings of the hill or whatever.
Probably
And I was
just talking.
They were a little like it was the same looking 9 dudes with like that kind of like mo cut or faux hawk haircut with chains and everything. And I was just like, I was sitting there being like, are y'all gonna move? Like,
Did you say that?
no, I was kind of like, what are we doing here? He's like, oh, he like moved by me. And I was like, thank you. And I walked right by. And then yes, I made the joke that I alphaed him because I thought it would be funny to say that. Because it's
So
a
you
funny
admit
thing.
that it's not an alpha.
Yeah, like 1,000,000%. Is making another guy move for you to walk by him is an alpha. But it's funny with a YouTuber that I don't like
thought this was
being
gonna
like,
be
oh, I alphaed him. And people laughed at it in the group chats when I told
definitely
people.
thought that he was going to offer to come on to the show, and you were like, no, we're good. That's what I thought your alpha.
If he offered to come on the show, I would have had no problem with it.
Yeah,
Once
you
again,
would have said yes.
Yeah,
you don't
1,000,000%.
like his content.
Yeah, but doesn't mean
Why
that
would you
he's
want to promote the individual?
well, it's not about promoting the individual. It's about the fact that if he was there, there would be a lot of little kids who would come by our tent. There would be a lot of people who would come and
business match.
and-
you want to
and
utilize
interview
him.
Yeah.
1,000,000%. That's why we do these.
We're
things.
trying to pass out these chewy Sunbelt granola bars.
So if all the little kids come by him and see 1620 The Zone and see the radio network, and then all of their parents look at 1620 The Zone.
What's that? A podcast?
Yeah, even if I don't really like the content the guy makes or I'm not entertained by it,
Can I get on the radio?
I still recognize his value.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean,
It's the very young and the very old who walk up to that table and ask us what we're doing.
What is
Seriously.
this?
all the
Like, I'm
middle-aged
on the air.
all the middle-aged people do not care. They just all the
We
Connor
were in the
happers
middle
just
of a
walk on by.
segment, and someone came up demanding napkins because her son had like ice cream or something on his hands, and Josh was kind of like,
I can't help you.
Josh was like, well, we have wipes, and we're in talking.
I got Clorox wipes.
And then I think he's like, there's a bathroom over there.
Yeah.
And she was just like, I could see her eyes roll but by her sunglasses. And she stormed off, like dragging her kid with her. And my initial thought was, sucks to be that kid, man.
Yeah.
That kid's
can't
gonna
be great.
That kid's gonna catch
You know
it because
what?
of us.
You remember this?
Yeah, I do. I do.
There was one guy who gave me this. He gave me a this. He like threw his hand up like me
like
walking like that.
Bo Pelini?
Because what happened was he goes, "Where's this tent?" And I go, "I don't know. I'm not a tour guide." You know, that's what I told him. I
You
was
said
like,
I'm not a tour guide?
Not very
because
That's a little
hospitable.
sassy.
because he's not. He was like, "Where is it?
I thought
Where
you were
is
all
this
about
place?"
business.
Not with that guy. That guy's, "Where is it? Where's this place?" And I'm like, "I don't know." He's like, "Where?" And I go, "I'm not a tour guide. I don't know."
Got to
And
come
he-
correct with Matt.
And he
Master.
just went like that to me. I'm like, "Screw you."
Okay.
This is
You gave it
ridiculous.
right back to him.
Well, I was just kind of like,
I also watched that exchange happen.
I was like,
He didn't sound like that, but
I did secretly record that old man saying terrible things about people, though,
"Really?"
Hmm.
You should.
much like Bo Pelini.
Was that guy at the what was at the North Star? Was that guy at the North Star locker room saying all that terrible stuff about the radio station?
We got a place.
But
in the auditorium.
to the contrary of me saying all my negative experiences at the Omaha Baseball Village, I had a great time. It was awesome. It was
Of
absolutely
course.
incredible.
It's the College World Series.
And there's more to go.
There
Everyone's
is.
congratulating us. It's
I have to
not
do it.
over.
I have to do an Omaha Baseball Village show.
I didn't get
You have to do, or you
congratulated by
get to do.
I get to do an Omaha Baseball Village show on Sunday.
Sunday, Father's Day. Wear a fun shirt.
All right.
Oh, because you're a dad, you can drive the show. There you go. Congratulations.
Sure.
That was the best exchange, which I happened to catch. I don't know how I happened to catch it because I wasn't.
Because you read Joey's tweet.
No, I heard it, and then I saw Joey's tweet. But those two going back and forth, him and Josh, on who was going to drive the show that day, was a terrific exchange on air.
Oof. That was an accident.
Yeah, it
No,
happens.
maybe it wasn't.
It happens.
Maybe it wasn't on air. Maybe I still had the headset on, and we had finished our show, and then they were. It wasn't on air, but
It's okay. It happens
was
to the,
hilarious.
I'm sure it was. It happens to the best of us. It does.
I'm
And
sorry.
Especially when you get older.
yeah, and especially when you when you develop, you're like, you don't know of whether or not you are driving the show. And sometimes you just happen to drive the show and you just got to live with it.
What do you think we should do? Well, it's me and you, right?
I'll drive.
Whoa.
No, that's not what I was wondering. What do you think we should do?
Yeah.
What do you think we should? What do you want to do? You want to
Ooh.
accomplish anything?
Topics you want to hit?
Yeah.
Guests
I
you want
mean,
to talk
with
to?
you, I would love to talk college basketball, but
What?
I mean,
I have a
The best
challenge
part of
for
this
you.
is I'm going to get a text about what I and Matt are going to do on Saturday, and I'm going to take everything that he says he's going to do on Sunday, stick it on Saturday, and then you'll be.
I have a challenge for you.
go ahead.
How would you feel if we went into the show and we had no plan at all?
I would love that.
Really?
I would.
Could you
Because I
do-
think you would hate that.
I think you would feel like you have bugs on your skin.
Can I be real? So I'll say this: if I did that like on my own, like if I did that just middays with Matt, it would be the worst thing ever.
Oh,
Like I
okay.
would hate it 1,000,000%. If I were to just do it with you,
Mm.
if I were just do like just you and me, I think I'd be fine. I think that would be that'd probably be the best way for you and I to do a show.
Could be.
Because I think the best way for Peterson and I to do a show is Josh and I have everything kind of like
That's how Josh is.
written and planned, and
Yeah.
I can
This is why I wanted to challenge you with this.
and I can match up with Josh.
Which is weird because you want stuff planned out too.
I do it. Maybe not in a situation.
But if you're
like
not
this.
driving the show, you don't need it as much.
I don't care if I drive the show or not.
We can tag in, tag out. We can just switch off every segment. Who's driving?
Confusing. I like it.
Yeah, where it's just like this.
Who does the sponsor reads? I don't know. As long as they get done.
I kept offering. Matt would never let
Great
me read
point.
the sponsor.
I like to read. I'm one of the top 5% 24-year-olds in the country when it
Although
comes to reading.
I do say I will say that I miss Josh handing me papers and saying, "Here you go."
Nobody appreciated it like you would.
That's great.
See,
times.
that's an interaction where I just felt like I got cheated on there. You know, that's just
I never heard him say it, but
Here you go.
That's more of a.
That's what Josh
he
will
doesn't
say.
say it like that though.
That is exactly how he says it.
Here you go.
Now,
That is,
yeah, but like you never said it to me that
It's
way.
a them thing.
it's from Dumb and Dumber
I haven't seen that.
when he's
movie.
handing out $100 bills to the tips of the guys going into the hotel.
Haven't
Here
seen-
you go.
haven't
Here you go.
Once again, you can keep explaining it to me. It's not going to spark
I
up
made
any
a Dumb and
memory.
Dumber reference on the broadcast
Oh,
a couple of days ago when I referred to my hand as Harry Dunn's tongue, like the pole on the Ferris
It was
wheel.
okay,
That was
I get
basically
the
me.
reference. Mhm.
Just hanging on to that thing for dear life.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you that you did that.
Josh, would you like to share your experience on the Ferris wheel?
I did not think that you. I knew you didn't like heights, so I was like, okay, I have to go and see what happens.
Mhm.
You admitted that you were scared, terrified. I forget the word you used. I didn't sense that.
Hmm.
I sensed that you were like, you did not want to move.
Yes.
Like if you physically moved, it was going to be a bad time.
Accurate.
And then we got up to the apex of the Ferris wheel and started to sway a little.
Little wind gusts, little
And-
wobbling.
I could tell, like, okay, his hand is not going to move from that pole.
No.
It's going to have to be removed. But
I'll say,
I
but-
didn't sense you were like you weren't shaking. Like Schaefer said, there's no quiver in your
Yeah.
voice. Like,
it was very steady. Like you should listen to
Mhm.
it, and you should be proud of it.
I actually think it was like I was making the joke of submitting it for a Marconi. I actually do think that you can submit that for an award.
NBA.
Seriously. I mean, they hit a homer right after you were on
They
the
did.
Ferris wheel.
They did. I just have to remember when that was, and
We were on the bottom of the Ferris wheel, so we
we were like kind of coming up.
missed
Yeah,
it.
I saw the
quote
ball
unquote.
flight.
It was really funny when Happer was interviewing Ren Baker and there was play going on and you're doing a legitimate interview, but you could hear it in Happer's voice that he just had to get some of the play-by-play out because he just needed to keep
This
the
is
listener
radio
involved.
after all.
Like he'd be like, "Yeah, Ren doing a great job," and fouled off 2 in 1 count. It was perfect. It was beautiful. You did a great job. Schaefer did a great job. Otz did a great job. Everybody did a great job.
I
At the College World Series, but it continues as the championship series between North Carolina and Oklahoma begins Saturday. We will talk about that here. A in-studio edition of Middays with Matt. Coming up next, the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Whose car are we gonna take?
I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
That's an absolutely horse crap call.
Make room for Sally. But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Chicago is.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Middays, Matt, live and rolling here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster is always joined by Josh Otson here at the 50th and Dodge Studios in the Big O, 1620 AM here, 97.7 The Zone in Central Nebraska. J.O., how are you?
I'm here. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be anywhere. I'm happy to have a job that allows me to do cool things.
And we have done some cool things over the last couple of days. We want to first thank everybody who visited us at the Omaha Baseball Village over the last couple of days. Honestly, over the last week, basically, a little bit under that.
Yeah.
It was a phenomenal time to broadcast with such great people like Mike Schaefer, like Josh Odson, like Josh Peterson, and shout out to our friends over in Central Nebraska from KRGI and the likes who came by and helped us out. Matt Williams, Brian Gallagher, and Tyler Cavalli. Did not get to broadcast with Tyler, unfortunately, but I did very much enjoy hearing his buttery smooth voice on these airwaves with Mike Schaefer and you yesterday. It was a great time. It sounded like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a blast.
It looked a lot. Now, I will say, how far was, because I have an issue with my car. So I have like an ignition start. Like I hit a button. Okay. And my car turns on. But the problem is that, you have a battery, okay, in the key. And if the battery is drained, then you can't do the ignition, push key anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't.
I think I follow.
So
yes.
like you have to have enough. Now my battery and my key has run out. Okay. And the only way that I could, go and refill is if I go to the Mercedes-Benz dealer that, I went and my parents bought this car from about 12 years ago. Okay?
Really?
That's the only way.
You can't just go to the whatever auto
I'm gonna be
store
real with
you prefer.
I probably could.
Okay.
But I just haven't looked into it, and it's not that big of a deal.
Maybe a
to
battery
me.
store.
Because here's the thing: you just take the little push, you take the little button out, and you can put the key in and turn it. Right. So it's both. It could be a push, and then it could be a turn key.
Okay.
So I don't have any problem turning on my car. I have one minor issue, which is why I haven't looked into this. And the minor issue is when I go and take my fob out to go and open up the door, right? The door that lets me out of where I park, I have to turn the car completely off, which means that the car completely shuts down, and then I have to hit the fob on the thing, the door opens. So I lose my connection to the radio, and I lose my connection to my Bluetooth for about 5 seconds, which kind of screws everything up. And so yesterday, when I was in my car and I was listening to you guys on the radio, I turned off my car and pulled off my key to open up the door when you were telling us how far backed Cumming was backed up.
Oh no, and you needed this information.
And I was very curious. And so I go ahead, I turn off my car, I go and I hit the fob, I turn it back on, and then all I hear is you go, that's the farthest it's been backed up all week. I mean, there's a lot of people coming in, and Tyler with his buttery voice was like, oh, yes, Josh, we got to get here before the game, blah, 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 all that stuff. And I'm like, I didn't know how far back you were backed up. I was like, say the number again. Tell me we're all the way to 35th.
Okay, good good critique. I can
how far do you remember how far you were backed up? I've been dying to ask you this question because the way you guys describe, like Tyler literally
is 33rd an option?
Yes. Oh my God. That's crazy. That's far.
I think it might have been 33rd.
33rd is like past my apartment. Like I turn on like on 30th. That is far. That's past the that'd be past the interstate,
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
It was definitely past the interstate.
Oh my goodness. That's the one thing where it's like, and then Tyler was literally like had to tell people on the radio, or felt like he had to tell people on the radio that it was going to be A-okay when they get in the stadium. I was like, how bad is this?
Just get here and you'll be. Yeah, it was 33rd. Yeah,
that is insane. So
it was past the Omaha Public Schools building.
We'll see how it turns out this week when
today I imagine it's fine.
You son of a gun. Yeah, I think it's going to be A-okay today, but we'll see what happens on Saturday. Skip Johnson, the Oklahoma Sooner baseball head coach, in his press conference was, I don't want to say begging, but definitely imploring people to come and support the Oklahoma Sooners. Please come, please support us. And whoever, I mean, I think Oklahoma to Nebraska, it's way too far of a drive.
Far.
It's way too high of an expectation to think that your fan base can drive that far and completely take over a city to the likes that we've never seen before. That could never happen, could it? Oh, wait, it did. It did with the Nebraska basketball fan base, who went all the way to Oklahoma City. They took over OKC. They made the Paycom Center a landmark in Husker basketball history, really in Husker athletics.
Drank them dry.
History. The amount of stories, even nationally, that came out about how much support Nebraska basketball garnered during that time, during that run to defeat Troy, who was at the College World Series, and then to defeat Vanderbilt. Thank God Tyler Tanner didn't make that shot, or that would have been the biggest groin kick of all groin kicks, ever. Nebraska basketball fans showed out. And for those loyal Nebraska basketball fans who have spent so much time, so much money, so much dedication to watch the Nebraska Cornhuskers lose, often more times than win, but still show up even in the darkest of times, their reward is that they're getting reseated after this season at Pinnacle Bank Arena. Woohoo! Thanks, everybody. Thanks for sticking it out with us. Thanks for being a part of the fan base who had to watch the longest NCAA win drought in the history of the sport. Thank you all for showing up and for really sticking it out and supporting us and being there through thick and through thin. Your reward is that you don't know if you're going to be able to sit in your seat after the most anticipated Husker basketball season of all time. Congratulations to you. That's what's happening. Nebraska basketball announced yesterday that after the 2026-27 season, there will be a reseating, much like the reseating was done in football and much like the reseating was done in volleyball. A reseating will happen at basketball. I believe it's the first. I was reading Sean Callahan today, and I'll mention parts of the article that he wrote, but I believe it's the first time they've reseated since they moved to Pinnacle Bank Arena. Some would say a long time coming. Some would say I don't know how many would say a long time coming. I think most people would say, how convenient. How convenient. What impeccable timing.
Yeah, the timing is interesting.
Interesting is an interesting word to use, Josh Hodson. I think interesting is an understatement, if we're being honest in terms of the timing. How coincidental that Nebraska finally puts in, finally has a product really, really worth digging your teeth into, really, really getting into. Finally, Nebraska basketball or Nebraska athletics has put in a lot of money into the team, and very convenient that now you're going to have a reseating, which is definitely going to benefit the people who give the most money.
Y'all wanted to pass the hat around. It's time.
They already did.
Yeah, but that was an unofficial hat. This is an official hat.
We should get that. We should get a graphic going. Official hat and unofficial hat for the Nebraska Athletic Department. So can you imagine if they did that like at church, where it's like, hey, this is the official give basket and this is the unofficial give basket? I don't like it. I don't think being serious now, I'll remove my sarcastic tone. I think it was very clear I was being sarcastic. I don't like it at all. I was totally okay with Nebraska football reseeding. I was completely okay with Nebraska volleyball reseeding. And I'll explain to you why I was okay and why there's a legitimate argument to make about those two instances of reseeding were a long time coming. This one I am not okay with. And I'll say this when we really get into the segment later in the show. But, and I'll give credit to Odson too.
Oh.
We've been telling y'all, take it from a guy who grew up in a pro sports city. Okay? To pro sport teams, you are not an alumni. You are not a former student. You are not necessarily somebody where it's like, man, if we lose the interest of these fans, we're going to lose notoriety. And if we lose notoriety, we're going to lose way more money. And we have to keep our interest. And we have to keep our notoriety. That's not how pro sports teams treat fans. Pro sport teams treat fans as consumers. They treat fans as a number. Okay, so pro sports teams look at their fans and say, how do we get the money out of their pocket into our pocket?
And if they won't give us the money, there's 1,000 people behind that person that will give us the money.
1,000,000%. And so as we sit here and we talk about, wow, college sports has never been closer to pro sports, and college sports is turning into pro sports light. Well, with that transition, college teams and college athletic departments have to now start treating fans more like how pro sport fans treat their fans. And there's a lot of rolling out the carpet and trying to explain these things and having good communication so you don't lose fandom and you don't lose interest, but it's not an easy thing to do. And we've been talking about it here on the show, and we've been telling y'all, hey, these things are coming. And like Nebraska, when Nebraska athletics goes, we need to find new and creative ways to make revenue. Well, where do you think that extra revenue is coming from? In a lot of instances, it's coming from your pocket. And I think this is the most clear and obvious example of them going, we need money and we need to strike when the iron is hot. And we don't really care about all of the time and loyalty and trials and tribulations that Nebraska basketball fans have gone through. We got to think of the bottom line. And that's what they're doing when they do this reseating. And you know what? They're going to come out profitable. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
They're going to come out.
Do.
They're going to come out on top. They're going to come out with a lot of money, especially if they have another good season this year. They're going to come out looking great. And it's going to be at the expense of the people who had to go through all the BS of what Nebraska basketball was before you got to this point in the Fred Hoiberg era, where it finally seems like they have something going.
I know there's only so many acts that can fill Memorial Stadium to make it worthwhile. Can't we just have like 8 concerts a year there and they get their money that way? Like, can't we just call Jelly Roll and be like, hey, you want to play Nebraska Stadium? You want to play Memorial Stadium? Like, that seems so much easier than this rigmarole. Like, oh, we just need a little more money. We just need a little more money. We just need a little more money. Could we have some money?
Can I tell you this though, Josh? Like, this is the problem. They don't know how much they need is the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there isn't, at least in like pro sports, you have a cap, right? You know exactly how much you're going to need to be paying players this year. You have an idea of what you're going to be paying players next year. You understand what the marker is in terms of being competitive. You have, I mean, the Chicago Bulls aren't funding 4 different sports. They're funding one team, right? So that's another aspect too.
Some would say not even one.
Well, that's a great point. Maybe
Tiago Splitter?
Maybe I should have used a different example in terms of a team. The New York Knicks are not funding more than one team. They're just funding the Knicks, and there's, some more books to be balanced. But the point is this, they don't, this era of college sports, it's just you don't know how much you need to spend. You don't know how much money you actually need because there's no rules and there's no regulations. And so for a certain perspective, I understand them being like, we need to grab as much as we possibly can because we rather have way more than we need than way less than what we need. And we're just going to go ahead and just do this, right? So like that, I think the whole, well, why don't they do it this way? It's just there's no baseline for them to reach. There's no like actual dollar they know that they need. It's just at the same time, this is very frustrating when you go, as soon as a Nebraska basketball season ticket holder has a product that they are proud of, that they are excited to see, that they're fired up to go to, they are now told, you may not be in this seat next year. And I think you can make arguments as to why it needed to happen for volleyball and football and why they were justified in terms of reseating the way that they did. I don't see how you can justify this other than they're striking while the iron is hot. And that's really frustrating because college sports, at least the athletic departments, used to value loyalty so high, probably higher than anything else. And this transition in terms of money and dollars mattering has created this shift in terms of how they're supposed to treat their fans. And it's not fun. It's not fun. And you can make the argument that, hey, Matt, they got to do what they got to do. And I can make you the argument, can we have a little bit of decorum here? Can we do this a little bit more subtly, right? I mean, they literally just won their first NCAA tournament game. And now is when they're deciding, hey, we're going to completely revamp the whole system and we're going to try and cash out on some of the stuff. And then and now I'm getting way too much into what we'll be talking about in the segment. And maybe I have no problem repeating this. I'd almost in their kind of their online website where they described everything, one of the things that they wrote was that their peers do this every 2 to 5 years. That was their argument. They're like, our peers do this every 2 to 5 years.
We never do it.
We've never done it before, right? My argument would be, if Nebraska basketball hadn't been winning at the level it's been winning for the last 2.5, 3 years, would you have done this? I don't think they would have, right? So it doesn't.
It's like when that restaurant you love tells you that they're raising prices and other restaurants raise their prices more often and they've just held off on it. And it's like, yeah, but it still sucks.
Yeah, it's not about the other. You can't tell me it's about the other universities and the other athletic departments. It's about you and taking advantage of the product that you have. And yeah, man, there's a certain part of me, I get it. But there's also the certain part of me is this program had been bad for a very long time. And there were people who were still showing up. It's not like basketball has been this hot ticket for the last 15 years, last 20 years, like volleyball and football was. It's not like basketball had been this thing that's nobody can get into the building and it's so difficult. And now this is, we're adjusting things to help people out. No, that's not what this is at all. It's the complete opposite. And so we'll have a longer conversation about it, believe it or not, later in the show. We'll also talk about the College World Series, North Carolina versus Oklahoma. Clearly the two best teams who have been playing in this tournament. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. They've both kind of done it in different ways. North Carolina's pitching in the first 2 games were absolutely phenomenal. And then their bats turned it on. They really didn't hit all that well in their first 2 contests of the College World Series. They batted .217 across their games against Ole Miss and West Virginia. But then yesterday they go 8 for 10 with runners in scoring position. They get up 12-1. They hold on, and that one after a late West Virginia surge. And then Oklahoma, the hottest team heading into this tournament. And we've always had this, we're having this conversation throughout the week at the Omaha Baseball Village shows. You have an idea of what these teams look like heading into the tournament. But sometimes you just have teams that show up and they just don't have it, right? It's just baseball is baseball, and it's just not their weekend. And that did not happen. The opposite happened for Oklahoma. They kept their hot streak going. We'll talk about, I have some insane Oklahoma Sooner baseball facts, baseball stats for you. Can you believe it? Matt McMaster with baseball stats? Isn't that ridiculous?
It is a shock to the system.
It is.
I'm gonna need to hear the stats before I rule.
Okay.
But I'm excited.
The Honorable Josh Otson, who presides over this very prestigious bench, which is his producer chair of Middays with Matt. Would you rather be Oregon or Nebraska?
In terms of,
wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
Oh,
we'll talk about
got
that.
me.
I did. Don't say it like that. That was way too sarcastic.
Just my tone.
Would you rather be the University of Nebraska, or would you athletics, or would you rather be Oregon? athletics. I'll explain. I think some people in their car right now are being like, "What do you mean, you idiot? I'd rather be Oregon."
Nike money.
They have Phil Knight money. I'll explain. That's probably if I ever did have like a national show, that would probably be the name for it.
Dummy?
No, not you, dummy.
Okay.
I'll explain with Matt McMaster, because I feel like the style is I give you a take and you go, "This guy's a dumbass," and then I explain, and then you're like, "Oh, okay."
It's that Mike Schaefer thing of this guy's always saying something that makes me want to talk back to him.
Don't pull over like Mike Schaefer has to pull over in the car when he's listening to the show.
Get to where you're going. Everything's okay.
And then get mad at me and tweet at me at the Zone Twitter with the Zone Twitter feed, which is powered by Liquid Trucking, or call into the show 429511620, the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Prairie Flower Casino, play longer, win more, or email us at the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable Bank. They take banking personally. No Steve Sipple today. He is on vacation. Enjoy.
Nice.
Enjoy vacation, Sipple. I'm going to guess he's in probably Puerto Rico, but we'll have Lauren Michelson of KETV join the show here on Thursday at 1:20. All of that and more coming up on Middays with Matt. Great show ahead of us.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Just got a report on one of my favorite niche things in sports. Typically, I would ask you, Josh Hodson, if you would like to guess what this is. I don't think anyone would ever get it, but it is truly a niche thing in sports that we have. The 2026 Manning Passing Academy invitees were
I'm glad we
selected
didn't do
today.
this. Yeah. Okay.
You don't like the Manning Passing Academy?
I don't.
Camp attendees? You stock up or stock down on the Manning Passing Academy attendees this
Stock
year.
down. I don't think this matters anymore.
Do you remember there was a little drama with Dylan and the Manning Passing Academy last year? Do you remember? It's a little drama. He was invited, but he didn't attend, is what happened. There was like a big old report that was like, hey, Dylan Raiola breaking. He got invited to the Manning Passing Academy, and everyone was like, "Oh, sick! Oh my God, Nebraska's got an elite quarterback."
Was he afraid he'd be exposed as a fraud, and he decided not to go?
In 2020, like the article from On3 in 2025 that listed the actual attendees, the camp counselors for the Manning Passing Camp, Dylan Raiola was not a part of it. So if he did, I remember he got invited, but I'm pretty sure he didn't end up going. At least he's not on this attendee list. I remember that was a little like, oh,
Eli probably invited him as a goof.
So this is what you're not supposed to do, kids. You're not supposed to be. Even Eli Manning called Dylan Raiola immobile. That's how bad it got. Even Eli was like, this guy can barely move.
That would be funny.
When the Mannings start calling you slow, that's when you got a problem. That's when you got an issue. So that came out. I just want to make a little joke there. But some notable attendees, by the way. A lot of the guys that you're probably going to end up seeing in some Heisman conversations. Arch Manning, CJ Carr, Jaden Maeva, along with Gunnar Stockton, cannot forget about Jaron Sagapalotule, who is the California quarterback. That's the guy that everyone goes, the Cal quarterback, I don't know how to say his name. We're going to go with Sagapalotule.
The next Fernando Mendoza.
See, that might be like an easy thing to say, and maybe it ends up being if he gets a ton of money to go and play elsewhere next season. But I know that Schaefer's pretty high on Cal this year. If Schaefer's pretty high on Cal, then I'm going to say
he's a smart guy.
The ACC, the ACC team, Cal, might end up having a good year. Isn't that funny to say?
It is funny because you said it, and I almost went, Matt, that's not. And then I thought about it for 2 seconds, and I went, oh, yes, they are.
I think telling people that Cal and Stanford, the ACC, every single time, no matter how recently you heard it, you have to adjust yourself to that.
Every time I see Cal SMU on my TV screen some Saturday night during the college football season, and it's got that ACC logo, I'm like, what are we doing here?
Cal SMU, that actually probably makes the most sense. Every time I see Florida State taking on like Cal or the Miami Cal game from the other year,
Conference
you're like,
game.
what? You're like, what? Miami's playing Stanford in California? And that's
in the middle of the season
in November. What are we doing? So what are we doing? What's going on?
That was good.
I'm working on my Tucker. I got to add some things to the repertoire. What are we doing? What's going on?
Do you own a bow tie?
No.
Okay, we got to get you a bow tie.
That's the rule. That's the goal now.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, my impressions are not the impression of a person. My impressions are the impression of the impressionist doing the impression of the person.
That's fine. That's an angle to take.
That's just that's Matt McMaster doing Jeremy Colhane doing Tucker Carlson. But anyway, one of the quarterbacks here on this notable attendees for the Manning Passing Academy is Trinidad Chambliss. I was thinking about
Ferris State.
I was thinking about this the other day. Like, stock up, stock down, how we look at Trinidad Chambliss. Stock up, because all this crap that's been happening since he's got his retroactive red shirt makes what he did look like a drop of the can, Like, yeah, he just argued, hey, I should have been redshirted this year because I medically couldn't have played and, whatever. Like, all this crap that has happened after him in terms of, Brennan Sorsby, which, by the way, that still is a very much a developing story that I'm not going to get to today because I'm kind of sick and tired of talking about it. But
yeah, bleep that guy.
just so everybody knows, the NFL does not have to accept his petition into the league. Like the NFL can tell him, no, dog, you got to wait till 2027. Like they can't do that. They don't. A supplemental draft does not have to happen. And it was a great conversation on Rich Eisen show with Tom Pelissero. Pelissero was talking about the supplemental draft and its history. And he was like, the supplemental draft was made for people who, weren't necessarily who are granted ineligible in the NCAA season, but are eligible to play in the NFL. And Pelissero goes, we haven't had a supplemental draft in a while because nobody's granted ineligibility anymore. Like everybody just gets away with everything. Like ineligibility, like it doesn't exist. Like what happened to Terrell Pryor in terms of getting, suspended for 5 games in the NFL because he got some tattoos from people. I mean, looks like nothing compared to the things that are happening right now in the NCAA. But regardless of that, it's just funny to me that now Chambliss has come out looking like, what he did wasn't that bad compared to what everybody else is trying to do. Let's continue talking about college sports here on Middays with Matt. We were at the epicenter of one of college sports' greatest tournaments, one of the greatest events that they put on, the College World Series. Shout out Troy coach Skylar Meade. Absolutely loved his press conference.
Finally saying the thing we were all thinking.
After the Trojans get eliminated, he goes up and, kind of tells everybody what a lot of people already know here, how great an event the College World Series is. And, credit to Creighton Athletics and credit to UNO Athletics. And I want to credit to all the people who run what's going down at the Omaha Baseball Village and the vendors. Omaha does it right, man. I know that I remember last year there was some sort of conversation of like, oh, would they ever move the CWS out of Omaha or anything like that? Like, I can't imagine being like an executive of the NCAA, going to the Omaha Baseball Village, then going inside of Charles Schwab Field, then going to the press conferences, then going to the press box, seeing how everything is run in tip-top shape in Omaha when it comes to the College World Series and going, no, we're going to give it to somebody else. I just could never imagine.
I feel like Indianapolis could do it better.
Dude, this city, and from top to bottom, from whether it be the people who actually run the tournament to then, all the tents that we have, all the tailgates that we have, all the bars that you can go to, the security presence that you have, this city does it right in terms of having an event and creating an environment where people can straight up just have fun. You can go here to this city and whatever, and whatever really floats your boat too. Like it's the type of event at the College World Series where if you're a single guy like me and you want to go and party and you want to drink and you want to go to the beer garden, you want to go to a bar and you want to have a good time, you can do that. If you are a family man like Josh Hodson, and you want to go to the Omaha Baseball Village and buy your kid a couple of items and walk around with the wife and, eat some local food that maybe you haven't had before, or maybe you want to go to the great places in the old market, that's a walks away, and go to, hey, let's go to Ted and Wally's and let's get some ice cream and stuff like that. Like you eat whatever kind of floats your boat. Like this event can be whatever you want it to be, and I think it's just absolutely incredible the job that this city has put on this year and the job that the city continues to put on year in and year out. And I want to give a ton of credit to Skylar Meade. It's always great to hear it from someone who hasn't experienced it before, like a lot of the words that I'm saying here, it, Josh, the people who are in their cars, you guys understand what I'm talking about. That this is a great event, but it's always phenomenal to hear, West Virginia fans who have never experienced this before, and Troy fans who have never experienced this before, and Alabama fans who haven't been here in a while, to go ahead and tell you what you already know, that this is a great city and this city runs an incredible event that's the College World Series. And the two teams that we're going to have play in this championship series in the CWS could not be playing better baseball. I think this is going to be a phenomenal 3-game series here. I would be shocked if either of these teams sweep one another. I really would be. That's how good they're playing. I think this is going to be it's going to come down to Monday night. Let me give you some stats here. Just quite remarkable stuff. Number one, North Carolina turned on the bats yesterday. Heading into that elimination game for West Virginia, a move-on game for North Carolina, they were only hitting .217 in their first 2 games of the College World Series. They did not have their bats going. But yesterday, especially in the biggest moments, 8 for 10 with runners in scoring position yesterday. How many baseball games are you going to lose if you hit 8 for 10 with runners in scoring position?
Not many.
Not many at all. And Scott Forbes had a very funny quote in his press conference, the UNC head coach, where he's like, I was telling our guys, like, hey, it'd be really nice if we had one of those games where he had 15 hits. Well, they did that, and we nearly had another cycle. Gavin Hull, a triple, 2 doubles, and a home run yesterday. Absolutely incredible what he accomplished. We were very close to having a second cycle in 3 days in the College World Series, which is absolutely crazy. And then let's talk about Oklahoma. They were the hottest teams, one of the hottest teams heading into this tournament. They've hit 91 home runs this season. You ready for this, Josh Hodson?
I think so.
43 of those home runs have come in the last 16 games. You heard that right. 91 homers this year. 43 of them have come in the last 16 games. They are averaging nearly 3 home runs a game over this stretch. In just NCAA tournament games, the 10 NCAA tournament games that they've had, they've hit 26 home runs. They're averaging nearly 3 home runs a game in the NCAA tournament. Through their first 47 games of the season, they had 48 homers. They have found absolutely new life when it comes to being able to hit the long ball. People did not. So Platt Cat, or our very good friend who we've seen a little bit of over the last couple of weeks here, we love PC. He had a phenomenal tweet posting the odds for national championship winner before the College World Series. Do you want to guess what Oklahoma's odds were to win the Natty? You want to guess what their odds were to win it all before the NCAA tournament? So not just before the CWS, before the NCAA tournament. Do you want to guess what their odds were?
Plus 2,500.
Plus 9,000 to win it all. That's if you place a $10 bet like Matt McMaster often does here. They say Brendan Sorsby made $10 bets cool. I would go to argue I made $10 bets cool. Okay. If you place a $10 bet, you win $900. You place a $15 bet, you got to be paying taxes on that sucker. All right.
Don't want that.
Don't want that to happen. That's why we place $10 bets here on Middays with Matt. But all this to say, a hell of a run that the Sooners have been on. And then you got to look at the other side of the coin, right? We talk about this in terms of you have an idea of how good teams are before they get to Omaha. But, you know, whatever it may be, whether it be the pressure of just being in Omaha, the stress of having so many fans and all of that weight and hearing the crowd. I mean, none of these kids, unless they've played in a College World Series before, have ever played in a stadium like Charles Schwab Field with the amount of people that have been in that stadium. And so whether it be the pressure, whether it be the weight of the world, whether it just be you're playing the best competition in the NCAA, or whether it just be baseball, and just baseball works in very mysterious ways, you show up to Omaha having your A game, and then you step on the Charles Schwab Field, and it kind of disappears. And that's kind of what happened to this Georgia offense. Heading into the College World Series, so before the CWS, they hit 174 home runs this season. They were averaging 9.4 runs per game with a batting average of 326. Let me say those numbers one more time. Before the CWS, 174 homers, 9.4 runs per game, 326 batting average. In the CWS, they hit under 200 in terms of batting average. They hit 183. They scored 4 runs per game, and they hit 5 homers. We're talking about one of the best offenses in the country, one of the biggest power hitting offenses in the country. 4 runs per game, 183 BA, only 5 home runs in 4
How
games.
many times did they hit it to the warning track, though?
Seriously. And that's just what the Schwab does.
Yeah,
that's just what this ballpark does to you. Daniel Jackson, the Dick Hauser Award winner, best player in the nation,
He's gonna be fine.
He's gonna be incredible. He'll
But-
be playing in the major leagues one day. 157 batting
Yeah.
average from him. Only had one homer in this College World Series. The Chuck box will humble you, my man.
Mm-hmm.
The Chuck box will do things to you that other ballparks haven't done to you in the past. All right. And, Oklahoma had some really good pitching performances as well, but they were able to mash the ball all College World Series long. And now they will go ahead and play North Carolina after beating, Oklahoma beat Alabama and Georgia twice in order to make the CWS. I mean, that's some impressive stuff from two of the higher ranked seeds heading into this College World Series. I mean, everyone said that, like, when we came into the College World Series, right? North Carolina was the betting favorite. But North Carolina wasn't the betting favorite because they were this unstoppable team. They were the betting favorite because if you looked at their side of the bracket, it was way more manageable than the SEC Invitational that they were having on the other side of the bracket. And, a lot of people believed, hey, Georgia, Texas, that's going to be the two teams, like the winner of that first game. That'll be the team that's in the driver's seat to make it out of their bracket into the championship series. And Oklahoma just said, nah, bro. Nah, we're okay. We're fine. We're actually going to make you guys play each other again for the right to play us. And then we're going to go absolutely nuclear from the plate and win yesterday. So it should be a very fun series between Oklahoma and USC this weekend. I can't believe I'm saying this. I can't wait for baseball.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Matt McMaster, baseball guy.
No, don't go that far. No, that far. Grandpa Mac right now is rolling in his grave when I say that I'm not a baseball guy. Sorry, G Mac. I appreciate you. You're a you are an awesome great grandfather that I've never met, but I heard incredible things about.
I've also heard incredible things
about my Grandpa Mac.
Yeah.
His son, though, was one pain in the ass. I mean, he's
you don't get one without the other, right?
Absolutely.
Like, yeah.
All righty. Josh Hodson. This
Matt
has been
McMaster.
fun so far. This next segment won't necessarily be a ton of fun. Let's talk about Nebraska basketball and reseating at Pinnacle Bank Arena coming up next year on Middays with Matt.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
We're getting to reading season here in football.
Oh, that's great, because you're one of the top 5% of readers under the age of 24.
I'm
right?
glad somebody's acknowledging it. I'm glad somebody else is saying it's something that I already know. I mean, how many other 24-year-olds are reading all the articles from CBS Sports, ESPN, Husker Online, Omaha.com, The Athletic, Foya Ball?
I mean, I think you could just
Read.
stop at reading.
I mean,
how many 24-year-olds read?
Not a lot. We're
Yeah.
just brain rotting. We're just rot maxing. We're alpha mogging.
Rot maxing.
We're alpha mogging or rot maxing is what 24-year-olds are doing. Warren Sharp is releasing excerpts from his 500-page NFL primer that I bought last year that I fully intend to buy this year as well. I got a great deal on it last year. I only had to pay $50 for it. Typically it's $100, but I got a little half off price. So I'm waiting for Warren to do that again. But now he's doing the thing where he keeps dropping stat and like giving like some previews of his book and whatnot.
Ooh.
I just read a whole excerpt on how Ben Johnson has varied up how he uses 11 personnel throughout games in the 2025 season. They had some games where they used it 17% of the time. They had some games where they used it 70% of the time. But over the course of the entire season, the Bears used 11 personnel 52% of the time, which was 23rd in the NFL. Did you know that? Now you do.
I didn't. I thought of you last night.
Oh, wow. Thank you for thinking of me.
At home, last night was the 32nd anniversary of the O.J. Simpson Bronco chase. So I thought of us watching that together because you had never seen it.
I had never seen it.
While you were trying to do prep, the rest of us zone guys were like, Matt, you've never seen this. Watch it. Somebody from a Howard Stern fan calls into Peter Jennings and says, Baba Booey.
This is a farcical call.
Al Michaels has to tell Peter Jennings that this is a completely farcical call.
It's, yeah, I mean, look, admittingly, like I'm a different man now than I was all the way back in August. You know, things have changed and molded my life.
Pre-OJ and post-OJ.
Yeah, I'm sure you could definitely pre and post my life at this point. I don't know if it would be OJ, but it's one of those things where I was very nervous for the next day in terms of first, like, football game being covered and like being there at the stadium and like, it was, and it was propped up to be like, this is the biggest show of the year. You know, we're like, everyone's going to be listening. People are fired up for the season. It really did play into our hands that game was played on a Thursday, you know, the way that we could broadcast, the way that we did it on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And so I needed to be ready. And I was scrambling in terms of stats and numbers and notes and scouting reports. And like, all of you guys are looking at me as if I was a psycho. And
why won't you watch Royals highlights?
I think it was Happer who discovered, he's like, you weren't born for OJ. And then Gary was like, have you watched it? I go, no. And everybody was fired up. Everybody was so excited.
And I was part of that. But in hindsight, I'm like, what's there to watch? So now that we know the result, and now that in the moment we're like, oh my gosh, he's going to do something horrible here, or where are they going? What are they doing? How long is this going to last? Why won't anyone do anything? But now that we have the result in hand, it isn't that riveting of footage.
Okay, I'll say
and it. I love the O.J. Simpson documentary. I'll watch anyone. Give me one. I'll watch it.
Yeah, for you know, if it were up to me, I prefer it not to happen.
Yes.
But because it did happen, I do enjoy it. Here's the thing. I didn't want to say anything to you guys because you were all having a great time. You're all reminiscing, and it really turned into a where were you?
Top 5 news story of my life.
Yeah, like all you guys were talking about where you were when it happened and your different like antidotes and like, you know, what part of the country
why won't they play the NBA Finals
and all that stuff. And I was like, I wasn't even a thought in my parents' brain at this point. Like I have nothing to add to this convo. And so I haven't said this before, and maybe I shouldn't. I was very bored during it. I was watching it. We also wanted one very specific clip
from
That was funny.
From the news.
That was very funny.
Of that day. And it took us a while to get it because you can't just fast forward to the audio you want.
No.
Because you don't like there's no visual, like it's all the same visual. So you're fast forwarding through a YouTube video trying to find it.
Yeah, there's not like a landmark you can go to. Yeah, you're right. It was the farcical call point, and there was one guy he called him pretending to be OJ, right? Wasn't there one guy who called him pretending to be OJ that we heard?
Yeah, I think
that was another one too. It was one of those things where it's like, okay, like I knew what happened, so it's just like we don't know who did it, but it's one of those things where I was like, yeah, the guy's in the car.
It does play very differently with the result in hand,
and especially for me who didn't experience any of it while it happened. I was like, okay, the guy's crazy. We don't know who.
Might have been some anger issues there.
Yeah, and all that stuff, and you got Al Collins in the back of the car, and okay, I was like, all right, fine. But then you watch and I have watched a couple of the episodes of the Netflix documentary of OJ, and I come to realize how riveting it is and how incredible it's been. I don't think I've really had an OJ moment though in my sport life. I don't think
sport life.
I don't think there's been anything that is, and thank God, by the way, God there hasn't been. I'm not asking for one at all. But there hasn't really been any. Has there been anything that big in terms of sports scandal that's happened since then? I think this might be more of like a Peterson Bishop question.
I'll get to work on that. You wanted to talk about PBA here. I apologize.
No, it's fine. Let's talk about Pinnacle Bank Arena. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna read you as many facts as possible, and I'm going to describe to you like what the situation is and how this is being rolled out there. Because I think, reseating and the decision to do reseating for any sport is a big one. And after making the decision, the very important piece of it is how do you communicate that decision? Like, how do you tell people, hey, this is what we're doing. This is why we're doing it. You may not be happy about it, but it's for the greater good of everything. Like, how do you roll that out? I think that's a very important important piece of this whole thing. And so I think that they did a good job of rolling out the volleyball and the football reseating. And we'll get to that because I'll reference the volleyball and the football reseating in just a second. But I'm going to read you some things from Sean Callahan. I'm going to read you some things from the official Nebraska basketball site when it comes to reseating. So let's start with here. Let's go to what Nebraska basketball actually released. This is a thing that they wrote out. What is reseating? So they write here, why is Nebraska doing a reseat of men's basketball season ticket holders? It reads, Nebraska men's basketball season tickets have become some of the highest demanded tickets at Nebraska, with high annual renewal percentages. This has made it difficult for new and existing Nebraska men's basketball supporters to gain access to seats or improve their seat locations. Many of our peers conduct reseating processes every 2 to 5 years to maintain accessibility of season tickets alongside the demands of season tickets. By periodically reviewing seating at our venue, we are able to provide opportunities for both new and existing men's basketball supporters to access high-demand seats, continue to enhance the overall game day experience for our teams and fans, and adapt to evolving needs within our venues. When you read it that way, that's very well written. It makes a lot of sense, right? Hey, these tickets are of high demand. We have plenty of people who would want them. This is a process that a lot of people go through. We're going to, with the money that they kind of communicate to you, with the money that we make, we're going to be able to make this a better game day experience, so on and so forth. But this entire rollout as to why they're doing reseating lacks context, okay? Because here's the context of it all. Nebraska basketball historically has been a terrible basketball school. Okay? And I don't mean to offend anybody who are Husker basketball fans. I'm one of them. I love Husker basketball. But I'm here to tell you that when you are the last team to win an NCAA tournament game, you are on the bottom end when it comes to historic success in the NCAA tournament and in NCAA basketball. And the other context as well is that, like, yeah, you talk about, well, they hadn't won an NCAA tournament game. They went like a decade without even making the NCAA tournament. I mean, there was a long drought from 2014 all the way to 2023 when they finally made the NCAA tournament and lost to Texas A&M. And so this whole reseating conversation about, oh, our peers do it every 2 to 5 years, and there's a high demand for people who want to have these seats, and so on and so, it lacks the context that this team has sucked, that this team's been terrible. It lacks the context that there are so many season ticket holders who have been going to these games, who have seen losing product after losing product, losing team after losing team, who've had to suffer the embarrassment for years of being the only team in the NCAA to not win a tournament game. And now, finally, not because of anything Troy Dannon did, not because anything the athletic department did, but because of Fred Hoiberg, they finally have a product that they want to see. They finally have a product that they are yearning for. That they are, this is going to be the most anticipated season in Nebraska basketball history, maybe ever. And now is when you decide to say, hey, these tickets are of high demand and we're going to reseat. And you know what? If you're a current season ticket holder, we may not know if you're going to be able to have your season tickets the next year. That's a hunk of crap, man. I'm sorry. I understand the era that we're in. I understand that, you know, money rules all and finances are great, but you've reseated for volleyball. You're reseated for football. We're going to do this Memorial Stadium construction in order to make sure that you can have more streams of revenue for when people go to games, which is just basically saying we're going to find new and creative ways to make you spend more money at football games. Okay? You're doing all of this stuff. Can we have a little decorum? Like, I feel awful. I feel terrible for some Nebraska basketball fans who finally have a product that they are willing and excited to watch. And they're going to have to go to Pinnacle Bank Arena this season. And in the back of their mind, they're going to have to be thinking to themselves, this is the last time I'm going to be in the seat. Or this is the last time I'm going to be a season ticket holder for Nebraska basketball. These fans have gone through so much and have been so loyal to you that it's just, I mean, it's just one of those things that it hurts people. It stings people. That this is the time that you decide to reseat. And, you know, Sean Callahan wrote this. It's an uncomfortable topic, as many longtime lower bowl ticket holders are likely to be priced out and forced to move up to the 200 and 300 levels of PBA. Men's basketball tickets in the lower bowl have quickly become the hardest season tickets to get at NU after volleyball. Here's the difference, though. Here's why I don't agree with the comparisons between the volleyball reseat and the football reseat versus this reseat. The volleyball reseat and the football reseat were a long time coming. That was a long time coming for those two, right? There had been rules that were established that allowed those season ticket holders to benefit greatly off of getting in very early, the grandfathering in rules in the 90s. Troy Dannon said earlier, or when they were going through the football reseat, when he was talking about it initially, he brought up the fact that 40% of season ticket holders have the grandfathering system in, which means that they don't have to pay the initial ticket licensing fee, which cost them $21 million in terms of annual revenue for Nebraska football. They allowed a lot of Nebraska season ticket holders and a lot of Nebraska football season ticket holders and a lot of volleyball season ticket holders to have it pretty good for a while. You know, They let them have it pretty good. They had a pretty, Nebraska football season ticket holders, depending on where you got in, and some volleyball season ticket holders, depending on where you got in and where you're seated and what you pay. Some of you guys had it pretty good. Some of you guys were benefiting off of having some very valuable tickets and didn't have to pay as much for what those tickets are actually going on the secondary market, right? And some of those people benefited off of it. I graduated 2 years ago from Nebraska. I went to one volleyball game, okay? That's how hard it was to go. It was very difficult to go to volleyball games. And so having the reseating for football and volleyball made sense because there were a lot of people, and Troy Dan had told some good stories on Husker Radio Network about how there were a lot of people waiting to get into the Devaney Center and that there was some things that they needed to do in order for finances that they just could not sustain anymore when it came to the football season ticket holding. I understood, and they rolled it out fine as to why they were receding. This one is nothing more. It's nothing more than, we're going to strike when the iron's hot. It's nothing more, and maybe some people will be upset when I say it, but yeah, it's a cash grab. It's a cash grab. I mean, if Nebraska basketball hadn't had the season that they had last year and hadn't had the success recently that they had under Fred Hoiberg, do you think they would reseat? No, they would not reseat. They would not, because they would know that there'd be no interest. Sean writes here in his article. So this is a continuation from when I say they've become the hardest season tickets could get after volleyball. Sean writes this part of his article. Even when the Huskers weren't winning, very few of these lower bowl seats turned over, except after the 2021 season when the Huskers went 7-20 and 3-16. I feel like that qualifier just eliminates that completely, right? After that terrible season, people were not interested in this team. And those season ticket holders who stuck around after that 7-20 season, and maybe even the season ticket holders who invested in the team after the 7-20 and 3-16 season, the people who renewed their tickets for the 2021-2022 year, those people deserve to enjoy this era of Nebraska basketball without having to get kicked out of their seats and not know where they're going to be next year. I understand that cash is king and finances are important, but I still think that you can't just fully dive into right away, head first into, no, we got to treat this like pro sports. I don't know if you can just fully right away just go, got to make money. So much for your loyalty. So much for coming to that Minnesota game where they had lost 11 straight Big Ten games. So much for being here when people weren't. Hey, Pinnacle Bank Arena has become a party. And you know what? Even though that you've been a part of it and you've been supporting us, even when we weren't winning basketball games, we weren't making NCAA tickets, we don't know if you're going to be able to enjoy that party from the seat you've been in, because we got to make sure that we get ours.
You got the push-pull of, well, is it better to do it across all sports right now or make certain venues wait, like when's the right time to do it?
See, the amazing Daniel's in this chat right now, and he goes, so the argument is that they should do it when the team is bad so they can't reap any benefits? No, Daniel, the argument is that they should repay their loyal fans who have paid to see this crap product year after year when they finally have a good product. That's the argument. The argument isn't whether or not they should do it or what's smart for them to make a business decision. The argument is that they should reward fans for being loyal. That's my argument. And you know what? They are cashing in and finding new and creative ways to make revenue through football, through volleyball, through the construction of Memorial Stadium. That's fine. That's dandy. But you know what? There are some things that maybe you shouldn't touch. And there are loyal basketball fans, loyal Nebraska basketball fans who deserve to watch this great product in the seats they have paid so much to be in when they were watching a crap product that none of these other people who are going to take their seats were around for. That's what I'm saying.
I want to live in your utopia. That sounds nice.
I know it's unrealistic, and maybe it's a waste of breath to get mad about, but that's how I feel. That's how I feel.
College sports in 2026.
And you know what? We'll move on. You know, when you're going to move on, they're going to reseat. Nothing you can do about it. It sucks. Is what it is. Is what it is. And, Daniel's going off right now in the YouTube chat. I'm not lecturing you about loyal to basketball fans. What I'm lecturing you about is that in this day and age, I just don't think we can take this quick little trip in terms of we could just flip the switch so quickly in terms of how we go from treating college fans to sport fans. And we have done this flip very quickly. And that's how you lose fan interest. That's how you lose fandom. Let me just ask you this question real quick before we hit a break. What happens when this doesn't last forever, that Nebraska basketball goes back? Let's say hypothetically, Nebraska basketball goes back to not being great, goes back to once again not winning NCAA tournament games, and once again goes back to not making the NCAA tournament. Do you think those loyal fans who got pushed out of their seats are going to be willing to come back to Pinnacle Bank Arena and to invest in that product? Do you think the people who are paying a lot for these lower bowl tickets are going to go to these games to watch a bad product? I'm just saying, you could strike while the iron is hot now and move all these loyal fans from the 100 level into the 200 and 300 level. But good luck if this team isn't performing the way that people are investing them into playing. I think that's a valid argument to make. All right, let's do the odd news coming up next.
And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Oddson.
It's lunchtime here on Middays with Matt. Oh my God, we only have 4 minutes. I thought we were going to have way more time. I'm sorry. I got all yelly and screamy about Nebraska basketball. And apparently we have
Now's the time to do that.
We have so many marks in the YouTube chat for the athletic department. It's absolutely incredible. I did not anticipate that. Let's do the odd news.
Okay, let's start here. We were right. We don't have time to play the mariachi music, but
dude, the organist at CWS was playing La Chona, which is the song that we played, and they played Suave, which probably will be our next song when I finally, it's been weeks since I've been right consecutively.
Yeah.
Which been rough over here.
When it rolls around to you being right again. No, Mike Breen was on with Craig Carton for some reason. I don't know why anyone would do that, but
who's Craig Carton?
He's on WFAN, and he used to have a show with Boomer and went to jail for a little while.
Okay,
but, he was going to do the world's first ever triple bang if Jalen Brunson had hit that shot. But OG tipped it in, so it worked out well for the Knicks. But he said, yes, I was going to do the triple bang if Jalen had hit that shot. I know.
Because he said it years ago. The only way I would do a triple bang is if the Knicks were in the finals, and we all go, "Oh, triple bang never happening."
Exactly.
Guess it's never going to occur. Oh my God, it might, dude. It was. I thought he might have pulled it out for OG. I swear to you, I did think of that in the back of my head when he tipped that in, which, by the way, I've watched that shot 40 times now from OG Anunoby. I still can't believe it went in. I still cannot believe he flew through the air like that and just threw his hands at the ball and it got tipped in.
So nimble.
Our second odd news story.
Second story, we will go to, this is in Arizona. I'm sorry, Maricopa County. Don't want to break any laws there. Jasmine Melvin, 34 years young, got pulled over for going 108 on Route 347, where the speed limit is 65. Upon being pulled over, Melvin explained she was rushing home to watch the latest installment of Love Island USA. The reality dating competition, which launched its season on Peacock, and she had to get home in time for the episode.
I don't blame her. I'm kidding. Do not drive 108 miles an hour on the highway.
Isn't television in such a way now that you can consume it whenever is convenient for you?
Great question, Odds. Live TV just doesn't really exist anymore. Like even
Game of Thrones was like the last show where it was like, okay, you have to watch it here at this time, or the jerk at the coffee shop's going to spoil it.
But even then, like, you could record it and come back to it 20 minutes later and just be 20 minutes behind everybody. Like, when was the last time? This is a great question. Michael Severe might know this. When was the last time that if you missed like the first 10 minutes of a show, you were screwed? Like, you were done. Like, you weren't going to get that 10 minutes back. You couldn't pause it. You couldn't DVR it. You couldn't go back in time and catch up. You were done. If you miss it, when was the last time that happened? Is it Sopranos?
Even now, I feel like dramas will like repeat themselves because Matt Damon and Ben Affleck have talked about this. Like, they had to reiterate the plot of the movie that they just made on Netflix because
people are looking at their phones.
Yeah, nobody's paying attention.
I would love to know that. Like, I honestly think that Michael would know. When is the last time in TV that if you did not sit down at your television at 7:00, if you missed the first 10 minutes of the TV show, you were done? And by the way, good luck finding that episode back on TV anytime soon.
You are correct. Michael Severe is the perfect person to watch.
He would know this. I would have to guess it was The Sopranos was the last time that legitimately, if you were not tuned into HBO right as it went live, that, all right, you're done. And like, you're just going to have to hope one of your friends is watching it with you and they're supposed to explain to you how Janice did something crazy again and now Tony's got to kill the husband, that's just what you have to hope and dream for. Some fans would hope and dream to be Oregon football. But would you rather be Nebraska athletics or Oregon athletics right now? I'll explain it a little bit coming up next on Middays with Matt.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Enter online on the 1620thezone.com website for the 1620 The Zone road trip, and you could win 4 tickets to KC Royals versus Detroit Tigers on, June, July, August 23rd inside the Blue Moon Tap Room, and a free parking pass. 4 passes to Adventureland, $150 to Early Bird, Ted and Wally's for a year, and a $100 Hy-Vee gift card. You can win all of those things by entering online at 1620thezone.com. One heck of a contest there. I mean, so many great things that we honestly could give away some of those things individually. We could probably have done 3 different giveaways. We probably could have just given away KC Royals tickets to the Blue Moon Tap Room and free parking passes. And then another giveaway could have been Adventureland. Another giveaway could have been Ted and Wally's for a year. But he can win all 3, all those things, plus a $100 Hy-Vee gift card and $150 to Early Bird. So one heck of a contest and one heck of a deal on 1620thezone.com. All right, let's go to the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Something came across my desk. It was one of the more interesting things I had read in quite a while. So Andrew Nemec, and so at Andrew Nemec on Twitter, Andrew Nemec. He is a Substack writer. He has 30,000 followers on Twitter, and he is the Substack owner of West Coast Bias Recruiting. Okay, so this is a guy that this is kind of his area of the country. This is kind of his domain in terms of reporting on USC and UCLA and Oregon and some of the other West Coast teams across the country. And he had a tweet the other day that said, does the Oregon Ducks, do they have a problem with NIL outside of football? It sure feels like it. And some of the examples that he cites is Oregon women's basketball's budget is less than 1/4 of the top tier of power programs. Oregon men's basketball offers to Shellstead Evans weren't even remotely in line with the market, and they were $1 million short of top Big Ten spenders. And Oregon baseball just lost its 2-star freshman. So it's one of those things where it's very interesting, where it seems like a lot of money. And, Nemec continues on later in his Twitter thread by saying that he's written about some of these things before, and he's heard from several folks connected to Oregon athletics that they are very frustrated with spending outside of football right now. And it seems like a lot of the Phil Knight Nike money is going to football in order for football to be successful. And so I went ahead and I did a little research on what Oregon athletics has looked like in terms of results outside of football this year. Now, as everyone knows, football went to the college football playoff, one of the best teams in football last year, until they ended up losing to Indiana. And they most definitely are on the verge of breaking through that ceiling and winning a national championship. But this is what some of Oregon athletics did this year outside of football. Men's basketball was terrible this year. 12-20, 5-15 in conference. Not a good year for Dana Altman and his guys. Volleyball, who, volleyball has been one of the better programs in the sport. Oregon volleyball, played Nebraska in that NCAA tournament a couple of years ago. They went 17-13 this year. No tournament berth in the NCAA this season. Now, track and field was good, as always. They ended up winning programs of the year in both men's track and field and women's track and field. Women's basketball, they won a tournament game this year. And then baseball, obviously, they made it to a super regional. So not everything is terrible at Oregon. But when I read this from Mr. Nemec on Twitter, and I read, hey, how do people feel? And people are frustrated about the fact that a lot of the money, a massive amount of the money, is going to football, and the other sports aren't getting supported. My immediate thought is, how would people feel about that here at Nebraska? How would Nebraska athletic fans feel about that? How would Husker athletic fans feel about that? Because Nebraska is kind of the opposite in terms of what they're doing here, because you have a coach and Matt Rule who spent a lot of time, not only during the offseason, but during the regular season last year, talking about getting more money for football. And he had that pretty famous quote about, hey, Nebraska has always been on the cutting room or, on the cutting edge when it comes to sports. We've always been done things differently. We've always set the standard. Why can't we set the standard in spending? He was trying to get that message out there, and I never got mad about Matt Rule trying to send that message to donors at the athletic department that they need more money, because that's what a head coach, in my opinion, is supposed to do. But if you could trade Nebraska athletics, if you could trade, hey, we're going to have a good football team, but you trade that for no Women's College World Series this year. You trade that for no Sweet 16 berth this year. You trade that for not having the volleyball superpower that you have, not having the recruiting classes that you get, not having the, it's standard at this point for Nebraska to make an Elite Eight in volleyball. Would you trade how wrestling has done and how baseball hosting a regional and softball making a Women's College World Series and basketball making a Sweet 16 and volleyball making an Elite Eight? Would you trade that success, and would you trade the support financially that those teams are getting, the support financially that volleyball is getting, the support financially that basketball is getting? Would you trade that for football? Would you trade that to put yourself in the area that Oregon is currently in when it comes to spending? I don't think I will. I don't think I would.
I don't think I would either.
I don't think
it's fun having all the other sports pop up and be like, oh, they're doing this, they're doing this. It feels fresh and exciting. Obviously, football making a CFP would be incredible, and there'd be a trickle down effect to it. But
and I'm merely
this way's fun too.
And I'm merely just asking financials, Odson. There's no guarantee that if you give Nebraska these financials, that they're going to have the success that Oregon has. I'm just asking, would you rather have that financial model where everybody else is frustrated about the money that is being handed out elsewhere, and football is the only one who has been given cream of the crop money? Would you rather have that? It's not even guaranteeing the success. And I thought about kind of the point you were making. Let me add to it. My headphones fell off. Let me add to that. If you're an Oregon athletics fan, the best part of your year is only 3 months. You get August, you get September, you get all of October, and you get November, right? And then you get a couple of games in December and whatnot. The peak of what you're doing and how you're rooting as a fully Oregon athletics fan is only in a pretty short amount of time. I truthfully enjoyed the transition that you had this season from football to then volleyball's going on at the same time. And then as football's out of the playoffs, then you're right into the NCAA tournament with volleyball. Then you transition into basketball being great. Then after basketball was great, what did you transition into? A really good Nebraska baseball team that was playing at a very high level, that was trending towards potentially hosting a regional, to then at the same time you had Nebraska baseball playing great. You had softball making a Women's College World Series. You had 8 months, right, of just high quality sport. You had 8 months of high quality athletics. You had, week in and week out, there was a big game. There was something to look like. I cannot stress to you enough how much fun December all the way until a couple of weeks ago was, where it just seemed like there was a pivotal, hey, Nebraska basketball is playing Illinois. Nebraska basketball is playing Michigan State. Hey, Nebraska volleyball, they have a big game in the Big Ten. Or, hey, they're going to play Texas A&M. Then you transition that into, after Nebraska basketball is done, is, hey, Nebraska softball is just beating the number 1 team in the country in Texas. Nebraska softball is just beating the number 1 team in the country in Texas Tech. To, hey, here comes a big series of Nebraska baseball versus USC. Let's all lock in and let's set a record at Haymarket Park for amount of people to come through 3 games. Hey, Nebraska softball, it's their last regular season series against Iowa. Let's set a record at Bowling Stadium, have over 3,000 people there. I can't stress to you enough how much I loved it, how much I enjoyed it. Oregon didn't really have that. They didn't really have that. They had a football season that ended very unceremoniously with a terrible outing against Indiana. And after that, it kind of was just done. Baseball was good. Baseball made a super regional, so you give it there. But other than that, it was, what else could you really have to look forward to? Baseball was terrible. Women's basketball didn't do a whole lot. Volleyball was not good. There's track and field is big over there, so and they've been one of the most renowned track and field programs and cross country programs forever. So they got their fix there, but that's an expectation. How we expect Nebraska volleyball to be good every single year. Oregon fans expect track and field to be good every single year. That's kind of a comparison there. So I don't know. I think you sit down and you say, would you rather have all of your eggs in one basket and have your mood completely determined based off of how this one team performs? Or would you kind of rather have that cyclical sports process where it's month in, month out, season in, season out? You have something that you can, put your hat on, that you can hop on, that you can ride the coattails of.
Chris tweets into the show in the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Football is the ultimate bragging right in sports. Brag about beating Iowa in baseball and softball. They don't care. They won in football. Plus, it's the lifeblood of our state. Football and volleyball rule all.
Joe in Vegas tweets into the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
Hi, Joe.
Yes, all day long, football is king. That's what I care about.
I think we're in the minority in having enjoyed the other sports.
Josh, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I do think there would be a lot of people who would trade everything that we had. And by the way,
and that's fine. There's no
I don't blame
$1,000,000%.
I don't blame those people. I really don't. And I think this is also too, now it's interesting you say what you say. I think it's interesting for me to say this because you have to understand in terms of Husker athletics, this is what I've grown up in.
You've never seen a winning football team at Nebraska.
Yeah. Well, a high level winning football team in Nebraska, right? It's one of those things where I don't blame the people like Joe who have seen the 94 team, who have seen the 95 team, who saw the team in the 80s, who saw the team in 97, even saw the team in 2001, right? You saw that success. You saw how much fun it all was to be great at football. Those people who've seen it go, I want that back. Mm-hmm. I've seen both. I saw the national championships and saw the national championships and I saw the time where Nebraska wasn't great at all the other sports too, while football was only good. And I've seen this era where they've been good at everything except for football. I don't blame those people for saying, yeah, I'd probably rather have the era when we were great at football and everything else was kind of meh. I don't blame those people. You like what you like. I think it's an interesting question to ask, though.
In 40 years, they're going to interview you on the news and be like, I can die happy now that I've seen Nebraska football reach the mountaintop. Because you never seen it. You should be more desperate than all of us olds.
I think I need to be teased first.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you haven't even been that.
I think I need to be I need to actually be heartbroken.
You're Steve Carell with a framed poster of Asia in your apartment. You're just a 40-year-old virgin when it comes to football teasing.
Josh, that's the issue with kids my age, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
never even had a taste. A little.
Yeah. For most kids my age, it was the Big 12 championship game, back in 2010. That was it. They were 8 years old. That was it.
I'll feel like this forever.
No, you won't, buddy. No, you won't. And you got to think of it like kids like me who, yeah, I'm 24, but I haven't, I wasn't indoctrinated in terms of this Nebraska thing until I was 18.
You chose this.
That's just what being a student is. But then you also got to think of the kids who might be in the car right now because dad or mom is driving them to summer camp. They were born in 2015. They're 11 years old. They've only ever known losing football, right? So for you to say, to me, it's so interesting you say that, where I go, I can die happy now that Nebraska football's won a national championship. Yeah, I would love nothing. I would absolutely love, don't get me wrong, I would love a Nebraska football were to do that and were to win a natty. But also, like, I feel like for me to yearn for that, to like be like, oh my, like, I need to be teased a little, right? I need to be like,
you're sort of like we never thought the Knicks would win a title. And,
can I be real with you? It's not even a thought in my head, Nebraska football winning a national championship. It's not even in the realm of possibility.
I talked about this on the lead to the Knicks title. I never reckoned with the idea that they could win a championship.
The idea of like me celebrating, or how would I feel if Nebraska football were to win a national championship, I don't have anything to describe to you, and I can't tell you what my emotions will be because I've never computed it. I've never thought it to be a thing.
You prep a lot.
And you've
never prepped your own mind.
Honestly, at this point, I could tell you how happy I would be if they were to win 8 games more accurately than if they were to win a national championship, because the marker of 8 has kind of become this like success almost. Like, we have been shooting for 8 for ever since I've been here.
Hang the banner.
That I could tell you that, like, I would be so happy if they were to win 8 games, because that's been the goal that they haven't been able to reach. The goal that they haven't been able to reach hasn't been the national championship, because that's the goal of me dating Margot Robbie.
It could happen.
It could happen.
You're
but
both
we're
people
so
who
far
exist
away
at
from
the same time.
You know, and there might be some people who may not understand what I'm saying at all, because they have already seen all this happen before. But take it from someone who's only ever, the best season that I've experienced as a Nebraska football fan was last year.
Now, see, that just doesn't make any sense to me.
I know.
An old person.
So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I could die happy if Nebraska, wins a national championship. I haven't even gotten a taste of the Holiday Bowl.
Oh, let me tell you. The Holiday Bowl is a well-run bowl game. A fine city that takes care of its visitors.
Like Omaha.
That's what I say about the Holiday Bowl.
The Holiday Bowl still exists. Did it get axed?
I'm pretty sure it exists. This is a good question.
As somebody who grew up watching,
we always went to the Holiday Bowl.
A mid-ass college football team, the Outback Bowl and the Holiday Bowl were peak mid Big Ten college football bowl games.
The Trust and Will Holiday Bowl still exists.
Does the Outback Bowl, is that still kicking?
No. Arizona SMU was the 2026 Holiday Bowl. I believe the Outback Bowl changed its name.
The Outback Bowl.
Yeah, it's the ReliaQuest Bowl now.
Yuck. How about the Capital One Tax Slayer Bowl? That was kind of like the in-between, where it's like, ooh, we're getting a little close to New Year's 6, baby. The Capital One Tax Slayer Bowl.
Used to call that the Gator Bowl. Now it's the TaxSlayer.com Bowl. Huh, look at that.
Oh, my God. You know what? That's going to be me in 20 years when I have to tell kids what bowl games are.
Yeah, because those will not exist.
Like, believe it or not, playoffs didn't happen. You would actually have a bunch of committees come together and pick whether your team was qualified to play in a random game that really didn't count for a whole lot.
Did you know I know nobody cares about this. Did you know the Holiday Bowl started as the SeaWorld Bowl, the SeaWorld Holiday Bowl?
Like
SeaWorld.
Oh, like the dolphins and the whales that don't get treated very well?
Well, yeah, we learned that. We didn't know that in 86 to 90 when they were sponsoring the Holiday Bowl.
You know what? I did go to SeaWorld. And
I've been to SeaWorld.
And I did see the whales. And I did see the dolphins.
I thought it was great. I was 10.
I went when I was 19. So this was not that long ago.
Did we know? Was this post?
Oh, we knew.
Okay.
Oh, we knew.
Okay.
We knew. And let me tell you right now, I had a great time.
Yeah, I had a great time.
It was awesome. It was a ton of fun. Like
the circus is a hell of a lot of fun, but knowing what we know. Yeah.
I'm going to be real.
You want to do it? I'll go. You don't want to do it?
Like,
I'll support you.
I understand that it's not great for the animals. And yeah, there's a part of me that felt bad. Did I love my time? You're damn right I did. It was very entertaining. That's like the people I would go to the Barnum and Bailey Circus and outside of the Rosemont Horizon, and there would be a lot of people who were mad about the elephants. and not happy about how they were being treated. And my dad would just tell me, ignore those people. Don't look at them. Don't listen to them.
It's post-shame society, son. Just power through.
Seriously. It was back in 2009. He was like, I don't care. I like the elephants.
What other place can I throw peanut shells on the ground? It's here in a steakhouse. That's it, buddy.
That and lefties.
Interesting.
I did go to one bar in the old market, and they had peanuts there. And I asked for a second bowl. I was like, can I get a second bowl to put the peanuts in? And they were like, you can just throw them on the ground. And I was like,
whoa.
I was like, I kind of don't want to do that. You know,
I'm assuming the floor was clean. There were no other peanut shells on the floor.
I was alone.
You were like, I need a second bowl. I don't want to be the first peanut thrower.
You don't want to be the first guy to put the peanut shells on the ground.
Absolutely.
You really don't. And also, too,
you need a hard green light for that.
You need to walk. If I walk by a table and there's peanut shells everywhere around the table, that's my green light to be like, all right, we're cool here. I'm totally fine. If I'm alone at the bar, here's another thing too. I'm looking the people right in the eye who I know is going to be cleaning up.
Exactly.
Like, I'm throwing this crap on the ground. I know you are the person who's got to take the sweeper and put it into the duster.
Hey, can I make your life easier and just
give me a second
bowl?
Nobody KGA-MD goes, Cracker Barrel is a bar now? LOL. I've never been to a Cracker Barrel.
Oh, it's been a very long. I was a child when I went, but people seem to love the Cracker Barrel.
John Texkin.
Hi, John.
He's had a lot of.
Is this our director of programming, John?
This is our number one listener, John.
Okay.
He has so many texts today. Goodness.
We haven't had a chance to talk to John in a while. I'm glad.
Cyclical. Because Nebraska football is never going to be what it was in the 70s, 80s, or 90s ever again. I'd much rather have consistent success across all programs than a college football playoff appearance every 6 to 8 years for the football team. I'm going to be honest with you. I did not think number one listener John would be that way.
Now, this brings up a second question.
Oh, has a second question hit middays?
It has. Would you trade all this athletic success for one successful football season? Not even consistency.
Oh, you're just saying all this success for one CFP appearance.
One CFP appearance. And now it could go.
Who are we playing?
A number of different ways.
Are we playing Tulane?
Am I the one seed? Am I how many teams are in this thing now?
Am I playing Texas or am I playing North Texas? I think that's a valid question to ask.
Where am I in relation to where Indiana is on the bracket?
Isn't it kind of crazy to think about that JMU and North Texas JMU and Tulane played in playoff games before Nebraska? Have we even gone to that point yet? Or are we just so numb to this BS we don't even bring that up anymore?
Yeah, you say that, and I'm like, yeah, they're better programs.
We had 2 group of 5 teams make it to the college football playoff before Nebraska made it to the college football playoff.
Those are token invitations to.
Okay, the second one wasn't.
5. Yeah. I'm trying here, Nebraska fans. I'm trying.
Ooh, what would the line be if Tulane last year played Nebraska last year? That's an asinine football question.
8.5, 10.5, Tulane?
Yeah, I was about to say. There would be people.
It'd be double digits.
Can I be real with you?
Please.
Do you think I'm crazy to think that there might be Nebraska football fans who think they're favored in that game?
Oh, no. Those people exist.
I think
they're listening to this show right now.
I think those people do exist, that they think that they would be favored against Tulane in a football game. They would not.
Because they're just, most people are focused on like their job, their life, their house, their friends, their family. Not like you and me, where we just sit and
We're watching Tulane football.
Yeah, and they're like, well, Nebraska, bigger name than Tulane. Absolutely.
They have bigger guys. They have higher star rankings. Because that always seems to matter. That is kind of crazy to think about. Once again, this is just turned into an asinine football segment. Let's go 2 more texts here before we hit a break. Steve goes,
hi, Steve.
Holiday Bowl used to be the Culligan Bowl.
Yeah.
And Thrifty Car Rental Bowl, too. Thrifty Car? What's Thrifty Car?
It was like a competitor to Hertz. It was just you're at the airport. You get the rental car from Thrifty.
Oh, okay. So it's not like, what's the one with the Zamboni commercials again? Come on, the green one, the green rent-a-car
Enterprise.
brand. Enterprise.
They'll pick you up.
They'll pick you up. Oh, that was a different John, by the way.
Oh,
actually, let's go ahead and let's change John's name here.
Yeah, we got a lot. We got a lot of Johns texting us, and we appreciate that.
Just properly, number one, Middays with Matt fan.
I'll rattle through all the sponsors of the Holiday Bowl.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you please?
SeaWorld, Thrifty Car Rental, Plymouth, Culligan, Pacific Life Insurance, Bridgepoint Education, National University, National Funding, San Diego County Credit Union. I think those were the glory days of the Holiday Bowl. Am I right? Yes. DirecTV, and now currently it is Trust and Will.
Let's read. So, one last text here from Steve. College football playoff in your dreams with Rule. Oh, maybe if they extend it to 42 teams like Rule suggested. Laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji. Is that what he suggested? Did he suggest that?
In jest, he did.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's something he would actually suggest.
It would help him.
Would it? Would a 7-6 football team be one of the 42 best teams in the country?
I think they would.
I think they would too. I think they'd be.
I don't know the math on it though. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd probably have to use Bill Connolly's SP Plus rankings.
You'd have to be consistently receiving votes, right? Like
Kenneth, who gave us some great food from the Crescent Moon on Tuesday.
Thank you.
The best. He goes,
friend.
LMAO, Tulane -10. That's a cover too. Don't think it's particularly close. I don't disagree.
I'm with Kenneth.
Isn't that?
I don't want. I mean, I like Kenneth. I want to be where Kenneth is, but
we're just at the point where Matt doesn't have his Phil Steele article yet, so we have to.
I told you it's out. Go get it.
But I wasn't going to drive to Barnes and Noble yesterday. It was my day off. It's a far ways away.
Hey, man. Make a trip
for the show.
Are you doing it tonight? Today after the show?
Yeah, I'm gonna go and golf, and then.
Oh, okay.
Gotta go ahead, and then I'll go ahead and pick it up. So I'll see whatever.
It's exciting. It's an exciting day. Phil Steele out.
Yeah, I'm done with this thing
on the newsstands. You're done with the ESPN.
I've read plenty.
It was just sort of a primer.
It's a primer.
Wet your whistle.
It's a primer. I don't know. I hate that.
You hate wet your whistle?
I hate wet your whistle.
Why?
Flo Rida ruined it for me.
I don't think that song's about whistling, guys.
I mean, it's about blowing a whistle.
I don't think it's about blowing a
But
whistle.
he says whistle and blowing every time.
I think it's one of those metaphors.
Oh, okay. I would love to be a part of one someday. Here on Middays with Matt.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
All right, we're gonna hit two different subjects here real quick before we get to This Week in Women's History coming up in about 10 minutes, where Josh goes through the women through the decades that Matt McMaster should know more about. Interesting article here from Izzy Funfara Drool of KETV. She writes and also did a video report on KETV.com. It's a record-breaking College World Series with more than 5 million fans for the first time in 15 years. Charles Schwab Field isn't the only place making them feel at home. And she continues, she has a quote in terms of the owner of Jackson Street Tavern, Ross Caprima. This has always been such a special time of year because they come back and we get to see them again and catch up and just enjoy the atmosphere. So business owners are happy, you know, and hey, College World Series, it's a great event for local businesses until, and this is written here by Izzy, this is DePreman's 9th College World Series with his restaurant, and he said, despite the crowds, business has been spotty. Some days will be just crazy, and the next day will be a bit slower. So we just kind of have to be ready for anything, DePrima said. And Izzy in her article kind of recognizes and kind of puts out that even though that this is the highest, the most attended, 5 million people, the most in 15 years of the College World Series, that local restaurants aren't necessarily seeing as much business as they thought they would, which is incredibly interesting to me because you would think, hey, 5 million people, the most people the College World Series has had in 15 years, the local businesses must be absolutely killing it. Here's something interesting, though, that we found out. And I think this is something that people might consider now when we make our judgment on what teams are coming to Omaha. We've been down to the Omaha Baseball Village for the better part of a week now. And we're talking to some vendors, and, I've talked to Steven at Rawlings and Matt at Greek to me and, Austin over at Franklin and so on and so forth. And, people are really telling us that because you have a new set of people in terms of Alabama hasn't been here forever. Troy has never been here before. West Virginia has never been here before. Because you kind of have people who haven't been to Omaha ever or haven't been to Omaha in a very long time, that more and more people are spending time in the baseball village and more people are spending time eating from vendors and eating from food trucks compared to, and Matt kind of described it perfectly. It was like, some LSU people, LSU comes here every year. They have their spots. They have the local restaurants they go to. They have the Airbnbs they stay in. They kind of know their setup because you have some less experienced people when it comes to attending the College World Series. We've seen an influx, or it seems like there's been an influx in a bit of the people who are eating at the OBV. So it's very interesting. Kenneth, who would know a lot about this in the YouTube chat, writes in, ever since they built everything up around the ballpark, there isn't a whole lot of need to venture outside the shadow of the stadium. There is food and drink within walking distance to fit every taste. There really is. So it's just kind of an interesting contrast in terms of you have one side being like, hey, this is great. Like we may not have the regulars we have here consistently, but it's actually good for us because we have new blood coming in and they just want to eat the village. And you have some local people, local businesses saying, yeah, it's super hit or miss. And I think the kind of the dichotomy between what happens in terms of the economy of the College World Series, it's very fascinating to me. I'm not an expert. I'm not here to tell you why how things can get better or anything like that. I'm just here.
We want everyone to win.
Yes. I want more people to make money.
Yeah.
That's all I want. The more people that can make money, the happier Matt McMaster is. I want every day to be Thanksgiving for my boys. I want people to eat, You got to get your bread, Josh Hodson.
Yeah.
Right?
Kids still saying that?
I still say that.
Okay.
And people would call me a kid.
I would.
You got to... That was kind of quick. Danny Buffs from Kelly.
DBK.
Not a kid. Not a kid at all.
Has a kid.
Does have a kid. DBK, for the people, by the way.
DBK is for the people?
Oh, my God. I cannot get over her tweet when they were honoring Texas A&M at the NCAA tournament.
Yes.
And she was like, I'm so glad I was getting a beer during that. That's an all-time tweet. It's funny. The players on her team we could have the conversation of like, well, they're not her players. You know, we could have the conversation of like, oh, they're not her girls. She didn't recruit them. She didn't get them.
I mean, I guess
that's okay. That's the thing. They're like, oh, she's just winning with John Cook's team. You could have that stupid conversation if you wanted to, but she is such a good coach. And honestly, like, you could tell by how Harper would talk about her and how Handy would talk about her and Bergen and all of the players on the team, how they would talk about DPK, how she brought something different that John Cook did, that Coach Cook did. That, by the way, this is not, I'm in no way, shape, or form, critiquing Coach Cook in any manner, but how they would talk about Coach Danny Buscombe Kelly, that she brought something that was different, but they kind of needed. And it reinvigorated something in that group, which is why they went undefeated all the way until they lost to Texas A&M in the Elite Eight. But she has been able to come into that program with a bunch of players that she didn't recruit, with a lot of players that, with players that she hadn't coached before, and come in and make it her team immediately and make it her program fairly quickly, way quicker than maybe even the most optimistic people could have anticipated. But I think what's happened over the last couple of days, we are now starting to see what is going to be her program, right? Because she's still using a lot of the players that Coach Cook and Coach Ray has recruited. She has locked up 3 top 6 recruits in the class of 2028. Shayla Rodenberg, a middle from Milford, number 3 overall recruit. Jocelyn Samuel, setter from South Dakota, who played on the same club South Dakota team that Bergen Riley played on before she came to Nebraska, the number 4 overall recruit in her class, and another middle, Megan Hayes, the number 6 overall recruit in the 2028 recruiting class. It was a really good tweet from Justin Frommer of the Omaha World Herald, who posted the recruiting rankings for volleyball. Basically, like 6 of the top 8 of recruits in volleyball are committed to either Nebraska or Texas. So that just kind of goes to show you where the future of volleyball is heading. But I want to remind people that, this class could potentially end up being better than the famous class of 2022. Harper Murray was the number 1 overall recruit. Bergen Riley is the number 4 overall recruit. And Andy Jackson was the number 6 overall recruit back in 2022. They got that class together. And I remember being at KLIN, being in Lincoln, when they secured the commitments of these players, and everyone being like, all right, this is the future. Like, this is what we have to look forward to. This is the group that is going to bring us a national title. And they have been on the doorstep of doing that over the last 3 years, obviously losing the national championship 3 seasons ago. And then the last 2 seasons, unfortunately, losing to the eventual national champion in the Elite Eight. And both of those games are absolutely thrilling, heartbreaking results in both of them. But I think this is a pretty big moment for Danny Buscombe Kelly, because these 3 athletes, Rodenberg, Samuels, and now Hodges, are kind of going to be like her first, like a real benchmark in terms of, all right. And by the way, they're already getting top recruits. They're already, this is nothing new, but I think this group of 3 recruits coming together is kind of the marking of like, all right, yeah, like if you had any doubt, and I don't think anybody did, in terms of, is there going to be any sort of drop off with John Cook, leaving the helm and Danny Buscombe Kelly coming in? Not that there was any thought that would happen, but the fact that they're able to get kind of this super class like they were in the past is going to be a big marker in terms of, okay, even after Harper Murray and Bergen Riley and Andy Jackson leave, you still have this next era of like, all right, right away, once again, you're going to have 3 recruits come in and say, this is the time, this is the core, this is the group, this is where you win a national championship. And not that, once again, anybody had true doubts that this would happen, but the fact that it's hitting you in the face like these 3 recruits are hitting you in the face right now is pretty great for Nebraska volleyball. So I want to bring that up. Before, let's hit a break and do one of our favorite segments of the week, This Week in Women's History, coming up next here on Middays with Matt.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
All right, I am a young man. I'm a young man that doesn't know.
We should all be so lucky.
To some people, I'm a young man that doesn't know anything.
Mm.
I would argue that I'm a young man that knows a lot of things, but I have my blind spots, okay? I have my major blind spots. One of those being the women in the 70s, 80s, and 90s who have affected our society more than none before them, and frankly, maybe more than anyone after them. And it's Josh Hodson's duty, at least he's made it his duty, to educate me.
That's right. I've
on
taken it
those
upon
women.
myself to educate you. No one's asked me to do this.
No one. No, this really was a fun little bit we did about 4 months ago that has just created a life of its own at this point.
Mhm.
And we have not run out of, we have no shortage of women that I need to learn about.
I got drawers full.
So I don't know if you want to say that you have drawers full of women in this day and age. Or
I
maybe
will
you
not
do.
run out.
Who's our first lady through the decade?
Her name is Vanity. I'm going to need you to look up Vanity Singer.
Vanity Singer?
If you just Google Vanity, other stuff is going to come up.
Okay. Vanity. No, I don't need bathroom vanities, Home Depot.
Exactly.
Vanity
You need Vanity. the
Singer.
Vanity Singer.
Actress.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
she's passed away.
Rip.
Is the way you said that was not very tasteful. Okay, Vanity the Singer. Why is my thing glitching? Dancer. She's from Niagara Falls, Canada. What did she do?
She was a singer in the 80s.
Did you like her in particularly?
Not really. No.
Wow, she married Prince.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was that, a very contentious relationship, or?
I'm going to guess all things with Prince were just.
You a Prince guy?
Yes.
Okay.
I enjoy the music of Prince, but he seems like a difficult person to love. Yes? Would that be fair?
Are you calling him a piece of work? Are you really calling Prince a piece of work right now?
I just feel like he's always Prince, right? Like whenever he can't just like, hey, Prince, I'm going to the store. Do you need anything? And he would say like, well, I need the mineral water with the soul of from Muckluck Lake.
You don't think Prince's poll question, did Prince drink smart water, is basically what you're asking.
Like, it wouldn't be good enough for him. It'd have to be like from the freshest stream.
He would have to have that
yeah.
Norwegian water bottle that costs way too much money. Like Prince was
Absolutely.
taking the type of cars that had Fiji water. We had a friend like who would drive us. I'm just gonna keep this to myself actually, because I'm gonna get so judged if I explain the story. All right, who's our second? Who's our second woman through the decade?
We are gonna go with let's go with Charisma Carpenter.
What are these names today?
I know they're good names today.
Charisma Carpenter sounds like she's an actress who does something that, maybe banned in certain states.
I would agree. Charisma Carpenter sounds like somebody you should not look up on the work computer.
Yes, that's exactly. Wow, what
a contribution to pop culture.
Yeah, well, she looks incredible for 55. I can say that as respectfully as possible. And not that 55 is an old age. I'm not calling anybody who's 55 old.
I love the way you were
regard.
dancing around the landmines of this segment.
I'm just getting out there that for a woman of her age, in comparison to other people, she looks gorgeous.
That's right.
She looks great. She's in the Expendables. Is she like the love interest in the Expendables?
I'm trying to remember.
What's her most favorite movie? Famous movie.
Boy, she was on Buffy the Vampire Slayer and
Oh,
Angel.
here it is. She was in Baywatch. Now I know why Josh Hodson picked Charisma Carpenter.
Look, it's not the reason I pick them. They all just end up being in either Baywatch or Playboy or both. Okay,
Or Charlie's
it's
Angels.
Not the point of the segment.
It's not the point of the segment. She had one marriage. Wow, that's the under. I mean, all these people are married at least 3 times.
Sure.
She had one. Damian Hardy. Famous guy?
Sounds famous.
Yeah, it does sound famous. Anything with the last name Hardy sounds very famous. She doing anything now?
I was at the bottom of her resume. Let me get to the top.
What's Josh Kirby Time Warrior? You ever hear of that?
I have not. That sounds made up.
How about Psychosis? Was that a big
Psychosis, the wrestler?
No, not Psychosis.
Okay.
Not that guy.
Sorry, when I hear psychosis, that's who I think of.
You know, I feel like all these people who don't have like a truly notable thing they accomplished in their career, they're always on an episode of CSI.
Mhm. You always have to cobble it together with
Like
projects.
I guarantee you she is out. Yep, there it is. Chicago PD,
Mhm.
911. You know, I'm sure she's on a Hawaii 5-0 episode and probably in some Law and Order episode as well.
Do we
All
have
right,
time for one more?
One
What time
more.
is it?
One more. Quick.
Let's go with Tanya Roberts.
Tanya, we don't have time for one more.
Tanya
but-
Roberts from that 70s show.
Oh,
Recently, well, not recently deceased. It was 5 years
I know.
ago.
I know who she.
A View to Kill. She was a Bond girl.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be interesting. We still have Bond girls. that
Yeah,
do Bond.
haven't even tapped that resource, baby.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to say tap that resource as a description of.
I
a
said
Bond
what I
girl.
said.
And we stand by it like we always do here on Middays with Matt. Lauren Michelson coming up at 1:20 from KETV here on MWM on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Chechi and South Africa are kissing their sisters right now after they tie 1-0.
That was the last segment.
You know, your last one, I keep telling you, it's Baywatch, Playboy, or Charlie's Angels. Tanya Roberts was a Charlie's Angel. She was an angel of Charlie.
How many times did they do that show? I thought there were only 3 angels.
That's
and
what I thought too, but then you keep picking women who were one of his angels.
Did the angels have friends? Like, you know, that's the way they would do it now, where the Charlie's Angels had a team that ended up getting their own spin-off show.
Did you hear that Rainn Wilson said that he didn't think that The Office would do well with cancel culture today?
Certainly the first season and parts of the second season would not. Certainly that one episode where Oscar gets outed and they say lots of words you can't say on television.
But I don't think.
But the majority of the show would have.
I would say the pilot probably couldn't.
Yeah.
When Michael picks himself to be Martin Luther King Jr. on Diversity Day.
Yeah. And I'm sure that's what he was talking about, but over 200 episodes, like there, you know what, we're picking out like 6 episodes that wouldn't work today.
Yeah, I mean the one where he does the Chris Rock bit. Probably
there was some cringe comedy in there. For sure.
It probably float over like a lead balloon. What is golf on? What channel is the golf
USA on? Network.
They're on the what?
USA, the former home of Monday Night Raw.
Oh, this is awesome. It just says first round on the USA guide. It doesn't say first round of the US Open.
Oh, interesting.
Doesn't say first round US Open at Shinnecock Hills Golf Club.
That's a lot of words.
Well, it's at Shinnecock.
You keep saying Shinnecock.
Yeah. It's one of the best golf courses in America.
Shinnecock?
Yes. It is one of the hardest golf courses in America.
Shinnecock?
Yes, I love Shinnecock. You know?
I heard the wind is picking up at Shinnecock.
Yeah. I hear it's an above average wind at Shinnecock.
It's a perfectly average wind.
A perfectly average wind of 4.5 miles an hour.
No, it's a lot. The number's a lot bigger than
that. It's a lot bigger than 4.5?
It's like 30 miles an hour.
Whoa, that's way too big.
It feels made up.
I mean, if I've ever heard of 30 mile an hour wind at Shinnecock, I would be like, whoa, that's not true.
I don't know where you're getting your information.
J-Man goes prison Mike. Would that hold up in today's cancel culture?
Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, So
he was always the joke. The joke wasn't, hey, we're saying something we shouldn't. The joke is always Michael is an idiot.
But can I point something out here? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't want to go
careful.
Yeah, I got to be careful here. I just don't think they would pick the specific person they picked to be the one guy who went to prison. Mm-hmm. You know, that probably wouldn't.
Or like the whole joke like would be they think it's that guy, but it's actually just a regular white guy who went to prison.
See, but that I don't know if that would go well either, because then you're just fully diving into stereotypes that you should not be diving into. This
probably why that show worked for so long.
This segment might get us canceled.
Shinnecock.
Dude. Shinnecock Golf Course. Pretty sure Shinnecock is in New York.
I believe you're correct.
I think it is. I believe it is. We had an interesting tweet from Peter Cunningham here at Middays with Matt.
A Pete tweet?
Yes, a Pete tweet. Can you read it? Because I'm not a part of the. If you want to tweet at me specifically, it's at Matt McMedia on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Do you see the tweet from Pete here? You know what I'm talking about?
The question that you
he asked me a question. Okay. Go ahead and read that for us, please.
I have not read this yet.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you think this Nebraska's gamble on themselves that they will continue to be a top 25 team, just like Creighton took the gamble moving to the CHI Health Center, formerly Quest Center, and it paid off? Curious shrug emoji.
Do we consider this a gamble?
The reseating?
Yeah. Are they gambling here?
Are
they gambling here? Or are they just trying to cash in? Let's just be real. Like, are they gambling that, hey, they're going to be able to keep this up, or do you just view it as, no, they know they can make a crap ton of money over the next couple of years. to which we've explained the one thing about them trying to up finances so much is because they don't really know how much they need to make because there's no cap on this crap.
I guess I would need to, maybe you said it and my eyes glazed over like a doofus.
Is it a gamble?
What are the numbers? Like how much are they jacking up the price?
Okay, here's my like my question, like, and this is an honest question. And maybe some people would consider me naive for asking this, but like I would ask Troy Dannon, like, how important is basketball revenue right now in terms of the athletic department's finances? Like, how important is it that they are making a lot of money off of basketball? Because I would make the argument they probably weren't making a lot of money off of basketball 5 years ago. You know, they've made a lot. You don't think so? When I was there announcing those games, those places with the Big Ten during the Big Ten conference games, that place was empty.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
When they were,
it has the reputation of being.
When they went 7-20 at that season, they were off. Nobody was going to those games. When Alonzo Verge was a starting point guard for that team, nobody was going to those games. I mean, it really it took Casey's emergence at the end of the year for people to really start buying in, and then 23, 24, and 25, they ended up selling out, and it was an incredible home atmosphere. But even like, the Purdue game when they beat Purdue in 2023, that game wasn't sold out, and that team was the number one team in the country. Like there were even games in 23 and 24 where it's not like it was like packed to the gills every time. I would just say, like, I don't know if I consider this a gamble. Like, if I you know what I'm saying? Like, what are they? Are they?
I think it'll just.
What are they? What are they giving up? Like, what are they giving? That's my thing. So, what are you giving up? So
they're trading the Busch Light crowd for the wine and cheese crowd.
But the gamble would be like, all right, so if they end up being bad, people don't go to the games anymore, right? And then it's more expensive to go to the games.
And then I can get in for $4 7 minutes before the game.
Renewals, like I don't really see the gamble in all of this. Like, I think that Nebraska basketball is gonna be fine from a financial perspective, regardless of what they do here. I just think they see a golden opportunity to make more money off of a great product, and they don't really care about the loyalty that has been portrayed by thousands of fans. They don't care about that, right? Like Callahan kind of put it best. Like I think Sean was arguing for the athletic department in a way, but then actually made the best argument against it accidentally when Sean wrote, hey,
I'll have to discuss this with Sean's dad Saturday.
Well, so like, I'll just read this quote again from Sean. He goes, men's basketball tickets in the lower bowl have quickly become the hardest season tickets to get at NU after volleyball. Even when the Huskers weren't winning, very few of these seats turned over, except after the 2020-2021 season when the Huskers went 7-20 and 3-16 in the Big Ten. Well, I would say that that's not far removed at all. And the people who, after that 7-20 season, who decided to keep their tickets, who decided to not sell their tickets, who decided to renew and continue to support the program, those are the people that we should be giving the opportunity to watch the team where they want to watch them. Not, and look, I was seeing some comments on the Red Sea Scrolls about the donors. There were some Red Sea Scroll comments where they were like, oh, they're going to give tickets away from diehard fans to fans who only go to 6 games. I refuse, and I am not going to put this on the donors. I'm not going to make the donors a bad guy. I'm not going to make the people who pay a lot of money, who support the athletic department, I'm not going to make them the problem. They are not the problem, right? When this entire thing goes down and, the donors, the big time donors who may not have been in the trenches like other loyal fans, when they get priority over those people, I'm not going to make the donors the issue. I'm not going to make the donors the enemy. I think the fact that they have given a lot of money to the university and they have given a lot of money to the athletic department, they don't have to do anything with their money that they don't have to do, They can spend their money however the hell they want. And so I'm okay with rewarding those people who donate a lot of money to the athletic department with priority. That's fine. That's not my issue. My issue stems from the context of the people who have been through this program through thick and through thin more than anyone else should be the ones who enjoy it, should be the ones who don't have to think, oh my God, I'm not going to be able to watch my team from my seat. They shouldn't have to be the ones in the back of their mind this season thinking this might be my last season at Pinnacle Bank Arena. That's what I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with the donors taking advantage of the situation that they have created for themselves by giving a lot of money to the athletic department. I have a problem with the athletic department opening up the door for that to happen. Right? It's almost like when you get mad at your kid for hosting a party. You don't necessarily get mad at the high schoolers who are at your party, who are at your house. You get mad at your kid for opening up the door for all the people to come through. Right? There's a difference in terms of who you have beef with. So I'm not going to stand here and support people who are mad at individual donors who have priority to get these tickets. I'm not mad at those people. I'm just upset at the fact that, we have made this transition so quickly from college athletic department to pro sport team in terms of how we treat fans. And fans are the lifeblood of college sports, right? If you don't have if you don't have support, what do you have? Right? Because that's the difference between pro sports teams and college sports teams. There are some teams who are great at sports. They don't give a damn how many people are coming to their games. Tampa Bay Rays are awesome. They're great at baseball. No one goes to their games. Does that affect anything, though, in terms of how they're able to, like who they are as a team? No. Where with college sports, you got to care about your fans, man. If you I grew up rooting for Northwestern. All right. Northwestern is a joke and a laughingstock in many instances in sports. Number one, because the academics hold them back, but also, too, because they don't have fans. They don't have people who care. That's the common joke that's made about them. Oh, there's Northwestern message boards. I didn't even know they existed. Right? So you got to take care of your fans. You got to take care of your supporters. You got to take care of your alumni. And this is a pretty rapid transition in terms of moving from an athletic department who takes care of their alumni, who takes care of their people, to an athletic department that has to treat their constituents as if they're consumers, or not as if they're consumers, like they are consumers, and focus way more on how the money in their pocket gets into your pocket. And I mean, this is a decision that when they made the decision to reseat for volleyball and football, it was a long time coming. Okay. And there had been a ton of interest to get, for people to be volleyball season ticket holders and for people to be football season ticket holders. And they had lost a lot of money over a lot of years staying true to rules that were made in the 90s for season ticket holders. Troy Dannon said it himself. It was like 40% of people do not pay a ticket licensing fee at the beginning of every year. We lose $21 million because of that. Nebraska athletics, played by the rules when it came to valuing volleyball and football season ticket holders until eventually they said, hey guys, times are changing. We got to change too. And we have to adjust. And I think they rolled that out as well as they possibly could have in terms of this is why we're doing it and this is what we have to do. And we're sorry, but you know what? You kind of had it pretty good.
It can be sad and inevitable at the same time. Like nothing we can.
This is not that, though. This is not that in the slightest. This is not, Nebraska basketball season ticket holders have been sitting on top of a hill eating grapes for years, and they have been the benefactors
Sure.
of rules that have helped them. This is not that at all. If anything, it's the opposite. Nebraska basketball fans have been in a ditch watching crappy basketball team after crappy basketball team becoming a laughingstock of the entire NCAA. And as soon as things start to get good, not by the help of anybody in the athletic department, if I'm being honest, that's when they pull the rug from out under you and say, nah, we got to make money off this. Sorry you decided to stick around after a 7-win season. We got it. We got to make money. Sorry, Busker Brown. We'll see you in the 300s. That's what they're doing here. And there's no other, like, I understand it's a business. I understand they got to make some money somehow. But like, they have taken a lot of strides elsewhere to do that. Like, they're doing it in volleyball, they're doing it in football, they're doing this Memorial Stadium reconstruction in order to have more events and all that type of stuff. Like, I'm asking for just a little bit of decorum here. Just a slight bit of decorum here. Or how about this? Maybe do what Creighton did. Right? Instead of saying, hey, we're going to have a complete reseating of Pinnacle Bank Arena, and we don't know what's going to end up with season ticket holders, especially the ones in the lower bowl. We don't know what's going to happen. How would people feel if Nebraska did what Creighton did and said, hey, we're going to introduce a new 8% fee on all season ticket holders in order to have a competitive balance tax? People would say, okay.
I'd rather have that than move me.
You would much rather have that. You would much rather do that. And it's still, now, I can't speak to the financials. And I'm going to just assume that it wouldn't nearly be as effective in terms of dollars and cents doing it that way, as opposed to doing it the way that they're doing, right? I'm not going to be that guy. But you would still make a lot of money doing it that way. You would still up your revenue. And there would probably be more of a sentiment of, you know what? This is something we got to do. This is how we got to be competitive. We want this basketball team to stay relevant. You know what? I'm willing to pay a 10% tax, an extra 10% tax. That's what Creighton's doing.
Because if you move me at PB, I'm at PBA, you move me, I'm going to take a lap and I'm going to look at my old seats.
Oh my God.
Every single time. And and if there's no butts in those seats, I'm going to go, what the hell was all this for?
It's one of those things where it's like, it's funny to think about, and I'm sure that there are Nebraska basketball fans gritting their teeth right now when I say be more like Creighton. And they say, oh my God, this guy is 1620. Oh my God, this J-Skirt. I'm not.
He's an instigator, that Matt McMaster.
You know what? Put that on my business card that I don't own.
Instigator.
I'm just saying. I would much rather them. If they roll that, and look, I can't really speak because I'm not a season ticket holder. I'm just upset for the season ticket holders. But I think that people would much rather have that type of institution as opposed to, all right, you're gonna have to pay a lot of money for this seat that, by the way, you've held it for years and years through our toughest times as a basketball fan. But hey, we got to pay that 5-star tight end out of Louisiana, buddy.
Yeah, we really do.
You know, he changed his Instagram profile picture. Everybody's freaking out about it.
To what?
Apparently, Ahmad Hudson has deleted all of his LSU pictures on his Instagram. And now his Instagram profile is his mother and him in a Nebraska uniform. People are freaking out about it right now.
Me likey.
Why do I have a suspicion they're going to get him?
Who's they in this scenario?
I have a suspicion Nebraska football's going to get Ahmad Hudson.
Oh, everybody's a little bit nervous.
I feel it. This is no insight.
In your plums? Do you feel it in your plums?
I feel it in my plums. I feel it in my loins.
Let the boy watch.
Like his daddy did. Like his tight ends coach did.
It doesn't even fit. It was just on my
before
mind.
Him. He needs to learn what it's like to get the best tight end in America.
You know, the children of Nebraska do need to know what it's like to get the best tight end.
His name was Thomas Fedoni.
No, the best tight end, not.
No, he was the number one tight end in the country.
No, but like
committed.
The number one tight end.
No. But Josh, he was the number one tight end in the country.
Did you watch him play?
I saw him get drafted.
In what round?
7th. I will say,
we got Reavers getting drafted higher than that.
6 of them. By the way, your boy Van Denberg looks great in a Bears uniform. Is what people saying. He was whamming people at minicamp.
Oh, Vandenberg's going to look good in a Bears uniform for decades to come.
Decades? He's going to play for 20 years?
Please. Mm-hmm.
What's his first name? Jordan?
Yeah, that's right.
If he plays for 20 years, he's going to have a gold jacket, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying Jordan Vandenberg is going to go to the Hall of Fame? That's a bold claim.
As long as there are no follow-up questions, yes, I believe this. In my plums.
Let the boy watch. Amy goes, please stop talking about plums and loins.
That's all I do when I come home. Just talk about my plums and my loins.
Or you just hit the sack apparently right away.
I do.
I've also been told.
Daddy's working hard this summer.
I've been asked multiple times, quote, what are you doing to my husband? Taking him for a ride, Amy. Taking him for a ride. Run for his money.
Need another Diet Coke.
We need another break here because Lauren Michelson of KETV is joining us next here on Middays with Matt.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
It's been a very interesting episode of Middays with Matt. A lot of things have happened. Talked about wide-ranging topics from women I didn't know existed in the 80s and 90s to Nebraska basketball reseating all the way to Oregon just not spending any sort of money on anything other than football as we continue to evolve in terms of our subjects here at Middays with Matt. We bring on one of our favorite guests from KETV, Channel 7. Lauren Michelson joins us here at Middays with Matt. Lauren, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm rest and recovered, ready for championship weekend. I don't know if you can say the same, Matt. Are you exhausted?
I am. I had my day off yesterday. So
okay.
I am not tired. Josh Hodson doesn't get a day off.
You guys are getting day off. That's nice.
During the College World
Who
Series.
planned that? That's not fair.
Well, funny enough, Josh planned that.
Program director's a real slave driver.
So that's his own fault, really, if you were to ask me. Not actually. He's doing some great work. But I got my day off, so I'm fine. I'm okay. I slept a ton yesterday, played some softball, had a great time. You have your day off today. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I feel no guilt because no games today, so we got lucky and ready to just we have this championship special Sunday before the game on KTV. Little plug there. So we're just getting things ready for that.
What time on Sunday? Because that's the afternoon game, correct?
Yeah. Well, so the championship starts. Game 2 of the series starts at 1. So I believe we have our show at noon, going into then ESPN's pregame coverage at 12:30.
Okay, good stuff. There you go. It's not a plug. It's just, you're promoting what you're doing. That's great. You're totally allowed to do that here. Anything surprising to you at the College World Series? Anything that you've watched or you've experienced, whether it be from the actual games to the Omaha Baseball Village to maybe things you captured in and outside or around the stadium? Anything striking to you at all, Lauren Michelson from KETV?
Well, I am surprised but happy that Oklahoma is in the championship series. Going in, you look at all the SEC power you had on that side of the bracket. I personally had Georgia advancing out. So, and Georgia was so good and they really hung their hats on their explosive, powerful offense all season. Yet Oklahoma is in the finals. And I think it's great. I mean, they stunned a lot of people with how they played in the regionals and with upsetting Georgia Tech and then going to Lawrence, Kansas against a really good KU baseball team and not just beating them, but just dismantling them. And then they handled pretty much every team here really well, except for that there's one run game. So then they did it again last night. Anyway, so I am kind of shocked it's Oklahoma. I'm happy about it, though. I think it's a little different. And I think North Carolina, Oklahoma will be a fun championship series. OU's won it all before, not since the 90s. North Carolina has not. So this, I think, we want to see teams that haven't been in this position before, and I think we're pretty much there with the finals. So that's great. Other than that, there's just been some really incredible individual performances, storylines from the Branch brothers competing against each other on Georgia and Oklahoma. And then, Texas's Adrian Rodriguez hitting for the cycle, third player to ever do that. Not even realizing it happened because they had to remove that error. He told me after the game, his teammate had to go up and tell him he did it. And then just some great pitching performances. Armani Guzman from West Virginia stealing home to open the series, and then the whole country roads thing. I mean, I can go on and on, but I think this was a really fun series this year.
And we almost had another cycle yesterday. I mean, we weren't too far away from having that. We were one home run away from having a cycle. So a really fun stuff so far. Let's go a little more local to Husker athletics. Danny Busboom Kelly, class of 2028, currently having the 3rd, 4th, and 6th overall prospects committed to her team. Her and Jalen Reyes. It was Jalen Reyes and John Cook were the battery, right? They were the recruiting just dominators, and now him with Danny Busboom Kelly being able to get 3 of the top 6 prospects in the 28 class. What does this say to you about kind of this new era of Nebraska volleyball?
I mean, I think it just speaks to what you just said. One, the foundation that John Cook and Jalen Reyes helped set. But two, like, this program has not skipped a beat with Danny Busman Kelly coming in. You saw that. I mean, how often do we see not a single? I know we're talking about the commits they have, but how often do we see a program not have a single player transfer out within a coaching change and then continue that after the first season, which, you know, in their eyes, they have nothing to be disappointed about. Although, yes, I'm sure there was a lot of disappointment with how the year ended. So for the roster to still stay the same, given the change, given a little bit of heartbreak to end the season, it's really incredible. And then now we're just continuing to see that dominance in the way in which they're recruiting and getting the women they had their eyes set on. It's coming to fruition. I think it's just a master class of how to be competitive in college volleyball, on how to continue. It's not building a program at this point. It's just keeping the standard the same. And it's just wild to see, but also very exciting.
Are you going to go to Wrigley? I mean, is there any plans for that yet? I mean, I know there's a Husker football game going on in the same weekend, but are you guys planning that out yet?
Yeah, plan is right now for probably me to be there. Someone will be there. We can't miss that. I think it'll probably be me. How do we handle that? That's a great question. Maybe I go up the morning after because they don't play till the evening. So we'll see. But it is, you know, there's a lot going on right now, or there will be. So you kind of have to figure out what you want to cover. I mean, it'd be great to be at Jerry World. It'd be great to be in Vegas. It's really remarkable what type of showing Nebraska volleyball has coming up this off season and season. It's just unlike anything we've ever seen.
Yeah, and it's pretty remarkable to think too. I mean, it just cross sports. It just seems like recruiting in general is at a pretty high level, whether it be volleyball or volleyball in high school, but then also softball and the transfer portal. They've gotten some great gets, and then obviously Nebraska football with this 2027 class, they've created a lot of momentum for it. So a lot of talent walking through the doors in Lincoln, regardless of what sport that they're playing. So it's quite interesting to follow that all in its entirety. Let me ask you about another thing that happened yesterday. It was an announcement that kind of just came out of nowhere. It wasn't really a whole lot of warning or anything like that. It just kind of popped through that Nebraska basketball, much like Nebraska volleyball and Nebraska football, is going to be reseating, and that season ticket holders after this season may not be sitting in their same seats come the following season. Now, this is something that a lot of athletic departments do, you know, through a varying range. It's not something Nebraska has done a lot, which is why they've kind of had to do it all at once with volleyball and football. But is this a little different to you? Do you think this reseating is just is not necessarily the same from the aspect of what they're doing with football and volleyball?
I mean, it's different because it's just a different, like, I guess, sport, and they're going about it a little bit differently. People will think what they want to think and get upset at, you know, how this may impact them and the way that they've been committed to the program. But you said it. I mean, it's just a common thing that programs and athletic departments do. And I get it, especially with Nebraska. Things have been so the same for so long with many of these season ticket holders, and it is the right thing to do, especially after a season in which there was a lot of success. I don't know if people would agree with me by saying that, but it's the right thing to do. So I hope they go about it the right way. It seems like they're doing it the best they can. But those tickets are in really high demand right now, and that reseating will help, like, new fans and current fans secure better seats. Maybe the longtime fans can get better seats than they originally had. Like, there is some good about it. So it's fine. I think we need more details. I know we got a little bit yesterday. I'd be curious I do think it'd be nice to sit down with Troy Dana and have him do kind of a state of athletics press conference or something. If anyone on Nebraska staff is listening to this, there's a lot to discuss in terms of how much change is happening on the fan side with tickets and athletics across all sports right now.
I couldn't agree with you more. And part of me, kind of selfishly, would just like them to come out and say, "You need more money. You know, like let's just be real here, guys. Like, we have a massive cost in terms of all these players that we have to pay, and we have to do everything we possibly can. And what you have to know is that, you know, we kind of need this to happen if you want things to be competitive. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You know, I'd appreciate it if they came out and just said that. If they said, we can't be as competitive if you're all paying the same prices. I would appreciate that if they said it, as opposed to some of the messaging in terms of, hey, everybody else does this 2 to 5 years. To which I think some people would respond, well, you're not everybody. Nebraska has never been like everybody else. They've always done things differently. And honestly, it's been a point of pride for Nebraska in terms of the things that they've done from a cutting edge perspective, that they're not like everybody else. So I agree with you. I would love to have a State of the Union. I would love if we had an open forum. Do you think KETV could get that done? Do you think you could put Troy Dannon on a stand and just have a bunch of Husker fans go around and start asking him questions?
Yeah, let's bring Rob McCartney back to bring him in like a politician in the newsroom, and then have a live audience go through. But no, like it is interesting. Well, and it's funny with the money thing. Like, you see, there's times when we've seen Coach Rule and even Coach Hoiberg and not slip, like just say this very point blank, like, yeah, like we need more to be competitive, to compete in many areas, and this is just one more facet of it. But we're in weird times right now. Like, there are still moments where it feels taboo to word things a certain way, and I mean, that's just the nature of where we're at. And I think from top to bottom, everyone within every athletic department is trying to figure it out, although some programs haven't figured out a little bit more than others. And that's the key, is like, you know, you got to have the leadership. I believe Troy Dannon is a great one. Nebraska should be happy about who they have with him. But
I agree.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I have been somebody who has been a big supporter of Troy Dannon in terms of a lot of the decisions that he's made. And I think that, like, there are some people who judge athletic directors based on their hires, but I think in this era specifically, you need to judge an athletic director based on how is he navigating these ever-changing waters of college sports. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Nebraska has had this overarching success from sport to sport, and he just happens to be the athletic director. You know, I think, I mean, look at what happened at Michigan State, right? With just how much turmoil is going on over there, and the fact that they are not, as in total, where they want to be as a complete athletic department. And so I think it speaks volumes that they're having this success in this era with him at the helm. This is one, though, I think we can agree, this is one of the harder decisions he's made to wrap your head around. No?
Yeah, I would agree. In terms of just reseating in general for any sport. But I think he's well equipped to, I mean, he's making the best decisions he can. And there's always going to be something as a fan base you're going to complain about. But when you look at the big picture of what these decisions can do, and I think it's harder for longtime fans to grasp, like, why some of these things happen now with the way in which college sports is headed. But he is on the cutting edge of it. He's very smart, and Nebraska is going to be just fine. I will say that. I think everything's going to fall into place just fine.
Absolutely. Lauren Michelson of KETV, thank you so much for joining us, Lauren. As always, we will talk to you soon, my friend.
Good to talk to you guys. Talk to you later.
All right, bye-bye. Lauren Michelson, KETV, doing some great work at the CWS and everywhere else around the Omaha metropolitan area when it comes to Creighton athletics and Nebraska athletics, Omaha athletics, and even Nebraska prep sports. All right, we are watching the U.S. Open right now. There is a soccer game that will happen in 20 minutes, which, by the way, U.S. soccer playing at 2 o'clock on a Friday. What are we doing?
Knocking off work early.
No, this is ridiculous. I mean, it's hosted in our country. We should get the prime time television spots. USA should be playing at 7 p.m. on a weekend every single time. What do you mean 2 o'clock on a Friday? That's ridiculous. I'm going to be eating oysters.
Eat your oysters, watch the match.
This will be a good time. I'm a little annoyed, but I'm preaching.
Brazil plays that day.
I'm preaching to the wrong choir here, because you are the exact wrong person to preach about what times I want my matches to kick off at. So
Do you want it at do you want it at 10 or 5?
Ooh, 5.
Okay.
I'll take 5. I'll take an early dinner with USA.
Could have flipped
soccer.
Scotland and Morocco.
Yeah, I don't. Well, Scotland is doing a great job in Boston. The people of Boston love Scotland.
This 2:00 match is in Seattle, where it'll be noon.
My buddy Colin is going to it. He's very excited.
Shout out Colin.
He
Way
wants
to
to-
support the not troops, but
He wants to support the troops.
players.
They're not troops. He wants to call into the show and be our World Cup expert.
Will his phone work in that stadium?
Oh, good point. Maybe.
I mean, if it does, yes, please.
Well, probably I'll have him call at like 11 o'clock his time, 1 o'clock our time, so we could just all hear the screaming and yelling of people entering the stadium.
That's what it's all about.
A lot of fun. Rory McIlroy currently leading the U.S. Open at Shinnecock Hills Golf Course in New York. He is 3 under after eagling the par 5 14th hole. Sam Stevens, a man who I have never heard of until today, is 2 under with a 68.
Too generic a name.
So there's the guys, Sam Burns too. Not a generic name, Ludwig Oberg. Will he finally get his big win? He's 1 over behind or in front of Keegan Bradley, Ricky Fowler, a guy that I've never heard of before with the last name James. And
LeBron
then
James.
Tommy Fleetwood is even along with Brian Harmon, Sam Burns, and Chris Raytan. I believe that's who that was. He's like the Norwegian golfer, I think, at least. I don't know. I'm like a casual plus golf fan. But Rory's leading 3 under. Will he ever lose another major? Probably this one here on Middays with Matt. couple of things have happened before we hit it to odds, and Jeff Passan released a long article about the MLB draft that I'll have to read.
I'm going to go read this in my office while you're doing a crossover.
But apparently it's going to shorten the MLB draft potentially by 8 rounds from 20 to 12, and then also high school players could potentially no longer be eligible for the MLB draft. They would have to go straight to high school. It would change the fabric of NCAA baseball and also just change the fabric of everything we know in terms of Major League Baseball and the draft system. I mean, high schoolers are a major part of the MLB draft. There's a potential that they might have to go to high school, or college rather, but then you could be eligible to be drafted after your sophomore season in college. So it put a lot more of the onus on college baseball teams to develop young players. Secondly, before Odson goes, we also have some news going on in terms of the New York Knicks parade. Do yourself a favor. Go on Twitter and watch some of these New York Knicks championship parade videos. It is a phenomenal time. Absolutely incredible. J.O., what do you got?
Baseball on our TVs today. It's Mets and Phillies at 5:40 on MLB Network. WNBA, it is Dream and Fever at 6:30 on Amazon Prime. That's Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark.
Oh, cool.
The World Cup continues. Switzerland versus Bosnia starting up here in about 10 minutes on Big Fox. Canada versus Qatar at 5 o'clock on FS1. And the main event tonight, Mexico versus South Korea at 8 on Big Fox. U.S. Open first round going on right now on USA. And maybe you sign up for a free trial for MGM Plus because Project Hail Mary, an Amazon movie, has been shifted to their other streaming service so that people actually get MGM Plus. It's the Ryan Gosling movie that everybody was obsessed over earlier this year. It's on streaming on MGM Plus.
Yeah, I'm good, bro.
I'm going to kill your bookmaker. I'm going to rip his throat out. I will blow this man out. I will step on his throat until the man chokes. Let me tell you how. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. I'm on a roll.
Dude, you got to love dogs, right?
All right, everybody knows that I'm a World Cup man. Everybody knows it's about me.
Oh, they won't shut up about it.
I know, seriously. They go, oh, my God, Matt's watching so much soccer. He's so intelligent about it. He's such a useful resource when it comes to soccer. I tell those people, come on, baby, I do this all day. Don't worry about it. Mexico versus South Korea. Was very impressed by South Korea showing in their first game of the World Cup. I'll go ahead and take South Korea to draw against Mexico. We're going to bet a draw plus 233 for our dog of the day. Thank you so much for listening to Middays with Matt. Fun show today. We'll have an even more fun show tomorrow here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. USC and the crossover coming up next.